is the Big O Show. This 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 is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what it means. Monday to Friday, Friday, Pablo in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, Big O, no one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and cut it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning. Welcome aboard. We are ready to rock and roll on a beautiful Thursday morning. I know it's not beautiful right now as in the Dolphin Nation, but hey, man, we got a lot of good things going on. We got the Heat and the Celtics tonight, and the Heat is 6-1, so they got a shot at improving that mark to 7-1. The Panthers are going to host the Capitals tonight at the Florida Live Arena, and that'll be at 7 o'clock. ESPN Plus, for those of you out there, NBA TV is going to have the Celtics and the Heat. So we got a bunch of stuff to talk about. Obviously, we'll talk a lot of Dolphins today on the program. It is we were supposed to have, remember, we always do our Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. We do that 9 to 10 on Wednesdays, but because of the Chris Greer press conference and all that stuff, we had to kind of adjust, and Clay was covering it. So Clay is available today along with Ira. So Ira and Clay are coming your way here at the top of the hour. So they will talk a little Heat and NBA, plenty of stuff to talk about in the NBA. Sean Stanley, good morning, sir. How are you doing? I see you got what's that? You got the new Heat jersey up. I like that, man. I like that. What's is that like a background or what's the deal? What is that thing? What
No,
what
it
you
was
got?
a special request from Inside the Paint.
Ah, okay. All right, cool. Yeah, because I kind of like that New Jersey. I like the style of that New Jersey. Speaking of that, if you see behind me, right over my head, there's a Heat logo now because we added a new flag. See? There we go. We added a new Heat flag. Let me open it up. There you go. See? We added a new Heat flag. I needed a Heat flag. So, I have Heat stuff in the room, but I don't have it right behind me. And so they'll have the Miami Soul, but that's funny, right? So we had two of the Inter flags, so I moved one of the Inter flags over, and so there we go. So it's always, it's got always the South Florida flair in the background. I'm the hometown guy, so we got to do it that way. So you know what I'm saying? It's not a bad thing. All right, so we got a lot of stuff to talk about today on the program. Remember Sunday, Sean and I will be at Sports Grill on Bird Road now. Okay, we did the first 8 games at at Sports Grill in Miami Lakes. And I appreciate all of you that came out in the first 8 games. And hey, man, this week we got a good chance to win. I hope we do, because if they don't win against the Texans, I don't know if they'll win again this season, to be honest with you. Okay. But come on out, Bird Road. The address, it's in the West Bird Plaza, 11481 Southwest 40th Street. Our pregame coverage starts off at 11 a.m., so come on out and join us there at Sports Grill on Bird Road. Starting this week for the rest of the season, we're going to be out at the Bird Road location having some fun. So looking forward to that. Of course, you can always reach out to us on the text line, 855-912-1056. I got to catch up to some of the texts that have come in because it's been exploding, the text line, and it is just absolutely loaded. Yahoo email, of course, Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. You can always chime in on the YouTube channel. We thank you there as always. Twitter, Big O Show, and of course, Cash App and Venmo, Cash Big O Show. Alan D says, Joe Rose is the man that's really shady. The interview is not public, but this organization is clearly shady to make sense. You're talking about the whole Dolphin thing with Chris. Dude, it's use your common sense. You know what they did yesterday? Chris Greer really didn't want to talk, but he came out just so they can shut down the part of the story that they were trying to, make the lady sign a non-disclosure agreement. That's really what it was all about. That's the only reason Greer came out. The rest of the stuff he'd rather address at the end of the season or at the Senior Bowl or something like that. That's usually what ends up happening. You don't get the general manager doesn't talk during the year. That never happens. It's normally, unless it's some kind of a general manager that loves the cameras or something like that. But normally your general manager, you get him at the beginning of the year, you get him at the end of the year, you get him at the Senior Bowl or Combine or both, and then that's it. Oh, and post draft, for each day. That's it. That's when you get the GM. I laugh at people like, oh, well, Chris Greer needs to talk. Well, no GM talks. None of them do. They don't come out and talk nowadays. They don't just address. They've never done that. They wait till the end of the year. So the only reason he came out yesterday, it's because that non-disclosure agreement part of the story was absolutely disgusting. And so when Tony Busby threw that out there, if the Dolphins were associated with that, you would have to demand that Stephen Ross sell the team. Not sell, he already sold it, but pass it on to, I think, Bruce, I think is his name, I believe, is the gentleman that's taking over after Stephen Ross. You would have had to, immediately demand that he, steps away from the team, because that would have been an absolutely disrespectful act to just, oh, well, ladies, here's some money. You're not important. What's important is my football team, and let me get my quarterback. So yesterday's press conference went under the radar because they just wanted to get out one specific answer. That's it. They had to put up with the rest of the stuff that the media asked, and that's probably not what they wanted to do. And if they would have put out just a statement, that would have put more out there. Instead, they needed somebody physically to go out there and deny the story and deny it with conviction, which is exactly what he did. Let's not kid ourselves what happened yesterday. Yesterday was damage control. That's all it was. It was, hey, no, wait a minute. We never did that. That's a lie. We're not telling you that we didn't go out and try to trade for Deshaun Watson and inquire, but we never approached the lawyer and the women about a settlement. Never. And that's what it was all about. Nothing more, nothing less. If Tony Busby doesn't say anything, Chris Greer does not talk yesterday. So, let's use common sense here about what was going on yesterday. And I got to tell you something. It might not have even been Chris Greer. It might have been a demand from up above. Like the owner must have said, Chris, you need to go out there and make sure they understand we had nothing to do with non-disclosures. And I'm sure Dolphin lawyers were also part of that and all that. Hey, man, we can't be included in all that. Let's go, And so I'm sure there was a lot of buzz above Chris Greer about that one part of the story, because that would have been damning. I mean, it is something that would wipe out your reputation as an organization, as an owner, if you were doing that. Okay? So that's what yesterday was all about. They didn't want to answer any questions about draft picks and Tua and all this other stuff. They wanted to answer that one question. And unfortunately, they had to put up with a few others. And that's it. That's what it was all about. Let's see. Who else do we have here? What the hell have they done to Tua is irresponsible and neglect. Not even 20 games under his belt, and he's been hung out to dry with no support mentally or with the O-line. I'm with you. I get all of that. I am with you 100%. But, hey, the good thing is we got the Heat. We got the Panthers tonight. So the good stuff now starts. And we got so much misery in Dolphin Nation. Man, just swing over to the Heat. Watch the Panthers. You know what I mean? Those two organizations know what the hell they're doing. They got everything on track. They'll be just fine. Okay. All right. So that's how you deal with the Dolphin depression is watch Heat basketball, watch Panthers hockey, and it'll put a nice smile on your face. Why don't you watch what is it? Let me make sure I'm right here. It's two teams that are 14-2. Okay. 14-2. All right. And we had a good night last night. We went 2 of 3 with our picks in the NBA. We had Charlotte plus 5.5. We unfortunately the Kings minus 5.5 did not go with that one. And we took who was it minus 2.5 yesterday, and we the Clippers, and we easily won that one. So we took 2 of 3 yesterday. I'll give you my NBA picks again later on the show after the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint show. Sean, send out some links there to my man Clay. I guess he needs it because we got Ira, but I guess Clay is not hooked up or something. So we got Ira there. Ira's ready to go. Ira, how you feeling, baby? You doing all right?
I am doing good. I didn't realize you brought me on that quick without my buddy Clay. You know what? Travel these days is such a different world than it ever was before. That honestly, it was a 4-day trip and it felt like a week. And here's the concern: the Heat's next 2 trips are 9-day trips. So, as much as we've seen them on the road to this point, going out next week, and it's a brutal trip. I mean, you're talking about quality of teams. The first 4 games on those trips are the Nuggets, the Lakers, the Clippers, and the Jazz. We'll have a really good reading, and then they're out for all of Thanksgiving week, thankfully against the Eastern Conference, so not as brutal, but the Heat need to get through these opening 6 weeks, and if they survive this, there will be a chance for an exhale. There will be a chance to sort of regain their footing, maybe rest some of the veterans. So interesting times for the Heat, but certainly coming off of Memphis and Dallas. And I don't care where you go on the road. Yeah, to do what they did, very impressive.
Although I don't feel sorry for them on the road. I feel sorry for you on the road because American Airlines and Southwest are canceling flights left and right. I'm flying out to Atlanta on Saturday morning because I'm going to go see Metallica, Greta Van Fleet, and Cage the Elephant over at the stadium. And then I'm flying right back in the morning. And I'm praying that everything goes, I'm checking my American Airlines itinerary every day to make sure it doesn't get canceled. So I feel sorry for you, my brother, having to fly during this time because, boy, it is really a shady situation.
No,
right now.
I've done 3 trips and already had 2 canceled to change flights, missed 1 connection. You know what? They'll say it's the weather. They always come up with something to tell you why it's not their fault. But you know what? But if they want to advertise on the Big O show, God bless them all.
That's right. That's right. We'll get them more business as our listenership grows. Ira, tonight, a Celtic team that has continued to underachieve. I know above they're trying to find the right combinations, and obviously Stevens started off like a ball of fire, and then it ended up like an ice ball.
Right. Remember when he was the greatest coach ever, and he was better than Eric Spoelstra, and no one could design ATO after timeout plays better than him. And you know what? It's the players, it's the coaches, but it's also the ability to be resilient and to come through situations like that. Look, there have been moments I've listened to your shows on all 95 stations across my dial over the years, and you've been critical at times of Eric Spoelstra in the moment. But in the collective and the aggregate, when you've looked at what we've done now, what he's done now for more than a decade, it's the consistency that you're seeing also.
Yeah. No, I'm with you there. And yesterday I was watching. I think it was the Atlanta game that was on?
Yes,
I believe.
Yeah.
It was the Atlanta game.
Yeah.
I was watching the Atlanta Brooklyn game, and Mark Jackson was announcing that game, and it was pretty cool to see because Mark Jackson was giving a lot of props to the Heat. And I'll share his quote with you all out there. I posted it yesterday on Twitter. I thought it was pretty cool. And I'm watching. It says they are a real basketball team about the Heat. Tough, talented, versatile, obviously extremely well coached. That's a dangerous team. And I find that pretty cool, Ira, that we got people already that are giving the Heat high praise for what they're doing.
And you sing it across the board. Yesterday on ESPN's new afternoon show, you saw Tim Legler, you saw JJ Redick coming out and saying the same thing. And that's why I wrote that story at the Sun Sentinel and sunsentinel.com from Eric Spoelstra, who's like, don't believe the hype. We're not going to give in to the hype. This team knows that being this point in the season, tonight will be 8 games into the season, 10% of the season. There's plenty more left. And I think what we're learning from the NFL and all the COVID there now with Aaron Rodgers and I guess Saquon Barkley now is the latest, is every team's going to have that moment when they're not the team they want to be, unfortunately, because this virus isn't going away officially, formally. So you have to build up equity in the standings. You have to have that little bit. Look at Philadelphia now. They're out without Tobias Harris. Boston, Jaylen Brown, had his bout, said he wasn't the same player coming back. In all sports, you have to build that equity, because there's going to be a moment. Chris Middleton's out right now for the Milwaukee Bucks on the COVID list also. So it's not a matter of what you do when you're healthy and you're conditioning and beating age or whatever. It's the times also. And the one thing is, the train's not stopping. No one in the NFL is going to go, Green Bay lost the tiebreaker because Aaron Rodgers missed that game. No one's going to remember that in January in the playoffs or in February at the Super Bowl. So you have to find a way to build up that equity, build those wins, so when your moment comes, you're in a better shape.
All right, let's bring aboard the man, the myth, the legend that is Clay Ferraro. There he
slept
is.
in today. What was it like sleeping in, Clay?
I wish I knew, man. Y'all sent me the wrong link. The link I was on was ended. Yeah. We're here. We're ready to roll now.
Our fault. Clay, what do you got on deck for today?
Man, I mean, this is fun, right? This is what we've been building towards. And, what I think we have to examine here is what we're seeing for real with this Heat team? And, is it sustainable? And I know Ira and I talked about this before the season about what had to happen in order for the best case scenario to happen. And that's what's happened so far. So how do they navigate if it's not the best case scenario? So I think we kind of got to get into that. And also, man, Tyler Hero and what we've seen from him, I don't think we can say enough about that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. It's
the new logo. And we got to talk about the new uniforms and the new logo also, because it starts tonight against Boston. So people might be in for a little bit of a visual shock here with the mashup and what the uniforms look like, especially when the numbering on every uniform is different. I got to tell you, I would not want to be Eric Reed or Jason Jackson tonight, because to read some of these numbers, it's like, it's almost like you're tripping. It's like Hunter Thompson's going to have to do the game tonight. It'll be interesting.
Although, look, when I was a beat guy and going every day, you don't need the numbers anymore once you watch them enough, because you know their bodies and their language and the way they move and all. You already know who it is.
That's a great
haircut,
point.
Whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So guys like you, Ira, when you're there every day, you naturally know. You don't even need to see the number anymore at that point. So that's kind of. But by the way, I do like that uniform. It's actually pretty cool looking. Better than that last Vice one. I didn't like that last Vice one. But I get it. They're making this more for young kids and all that, and they're going to get on board. It's great.
You know what? They're making it more for the opposite of when we grew up, when there was the iconic jersey, when there was one, maybe two Dolphins jerseys, one or two Canes jerseys. But it all of a sudden, like the light bulb went off to someone. Well, the more jerseys we have, the more we can sell. It used to be when I was a kid, you would get your Knicks jersey, your Rangers jersey, you'd have it, you were done. Now you want this version and that model and this update and this throwback. They're getting smart. Now all of a sudden, it's like the kids got to have 5, 4, 5, 6 different jerseys to sort of have them all. So it makes sense. It'll sell. It's just a shame that what we're losing in sports is the iconic look. Is that when you think of the iconic teams, there's a Cowboy uniform, there's a Yankee uniform, there's a uniform of the team, and that's what it looks like. Now you don't know what any team's going to show up. I got 2 different logos over my shoulders. I don't know what it's going to be on any given night. But you know what? It sells.
I was like, get off my lawn.
I want my traditional jerseys.
It's college football. It's like college football. I mean, if you're recruiting, you got to have the Oregon rollout, 10,000 different uniform combinations, literally 10,000, like when you put everything together. So I get what you're saying, and we'll talk more about this one. I like the look. I want to see what it looks like in person.
Yeah, that ball, by the way, reminds me a little bit of the Harlem Globetrotters. I don't know why, but it is what it is. All right, here we go. Get ready. It's locked and loaded and ready to go. It's the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show next.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Time for an hour of hardcore hoops with the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Clay Ferraro. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Let's get to the show basketball fans crave. Let's get inside the paint.
Welcome, everybody, to PRC ITP. I'm going to get this rolling. I think this is good. That's got to be how we're going to abbreviate the show moving forward. Now, Pallet Rack City, Inside the Paint, Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winterman there, where we talk about the best team in the NBA by record, tied.
Crazy.
The Miami Heat. It is crazy, and I think especially given the schedule that they've played. And Ira, we're going to talk about this as the show rolls on, but you look at the point differential, and it is astounding what the Heat are doing right now. And it's not like they played a bunch of cupcakes along the way. I mean, this has been, and they got a much more daunting schedule coming up. Like, it's not going to get easier over the next couple of weeks. And yet, when you look at what they've been able to do to the best teams in the NBA, it's pretty impressive, Ira. So just quick broadly here. And by the way, we love keeping this interactive. Please drop your questions, your comments into the chat section. We'll get it. Smash the like button for us. Does us a huge favor when you do that. But Ira, just broadly, what's been your takeaway during this great start for the Heat so far?
You know, Clay, one of the most interesting things is usually when you cover a team, you have to remember the next morning or afternoon to wake up and see the last 2-minute report, see what calls were right or what were wrong. That's only when the game is within 5 points in the last 2 minutes. The Heat have had one last 2-minute report to the public this season, the overtime loss in Indiana. Everything else has been a blowout. There hasn't been a game where we've wondered about the new NBA rule about that out of bounds can only be a coach's challenge. It's not a referee review anymore. So from my standpoint, not having to go to the last 2-minute report makes you realize that everything has been lopsided. And again, sort of, the inside sauce of what I do. It's a lot easier to write a game story when you know who's going to win, and it's early in the fourth quarter, and you can sort of sit down and do that. That makes it easier. I think this team realizes there were questions about it at the start of the season. There were doubts. Milwaukee and Brooklyn and everyone talking about other teams. Are the Heat going to have home court? They wanted to make a statement. But I think it's what Bam Adebayo's been telling us. There are so many dogs on this team that they not only want to win the next game, but they want to win the next quarter, and they want to win the next possession, and that everything matters to them. And they want to be able to celebrate individual moments as well as overall victories. And you see it in them, and that's how they're wired. You see Kyle Lowry getting a technical foul of 15 points because he truly believes the last call was wrong. Or Jimmy Butler giving the death glare when he doesn't get a foul call and sending him to the foul line, even though he's going more than any other NBA player. That's how these guys are. Every moment to them matters. So you might ask the question of this, Clay, can you do that in an 82-game, 5-6 month season, or will you burn out? I don't think these guys will. I think these guys, the next loss for the Heat to them will be a crushing loss. And you can't tell them, hey, you're 6-2. You guys are doing fine. They won't want to hear that. They'll want to get back to grinding. It's simply who they are. Some players fit that. Some players don't. The one thing I'm really curious about is Does Victor Oladipo fit that? He sent out a tweet after the last game saying, man, we good. And that's fine. But would you be all in with this? Because right now, the top 8-9 guys in this rotation, including a guy like Dwayne Dedmon and his lunch pail approach, are all in. I think the Heat, if they make personnel moves, if they make changes, you're going to have that mentality. They don't want any cruisers, even if they're highly talented.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing when you ask about can they sustain this over an 82-game schedule, it's not that there's something out of character to sustain. Like, I mean, you are who you are, right? I mean, it's different than saying, okay, let's say Kyle Lowry, say it was the flip side where, he started off so poorly shooting the ball.
Right.
Let's say that he had started off shooting 65% from three-point range. Then you can ask the question, is that sustainable? And the answer is no, because throughout the course of his career, that's not been who he is. When you're asking, can they sustain this level of intensity? Yeah, because all of these guys that you mentioned, they are that intense by their nature, by the work that they've put in. So I think the thing that stands out to me is, and I just had a look at the schedule here, it's crazy that they've done this while taking on Milwaukee and Brooklyn, and going on the road and playing another really good team in Dallas. A game, by the way, that you and I had kind of marked as a schedule loss in Memphis with Bam out. And I think you and I kind of wondered if they were going to sit Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry on the second night of a back-to-back.
Older players, yeah.
Blew out Charlotte, who has been the chic and vogue team to that point in the Eastern Conference. So it's not like they're going out there and their point differential is over 16 points a game. The only other team that's double digits right now is Utah. And that's in the Western Conference. So, Ira, I think what's really impressive to me is the two things that you mentioned, the fact that they are this level of intense every day. It's not going to leave them. And secondly, that they're blowing out teams the way they are. I will say, the thing that I would say, Ira, really quickly, that would, if you look at the one game they lost, it's not a coincidence. It was because Kyle Lowry was not there. So,
yeah, but you know what, Clay? I'm going to interrupt you here for this reason. You listed, a bunch of really good teams, except Milwaukee was without Drew Holiday.
Fair.
You look at that game. Orlando was without Jonathan Isaac. You look at that game. Brooklyn was without, I know they're always without Kyrie Irving, but they were without Kyrie Irving. Memphis without DeAndre Melton. Dallas without Kristaps Porzingis and Maxi Kleber. Yes, I know that Kyle Lowry missed a Heat game. I know that Bam Adebayo missed a game. But that's part of it also, is getting teams at the right time also. I don't think the Heat have played any team at full strength this season, because even Indiana, the game they lost, they were without Karis LeVert, the Pacers. They were without T.J. Warren. Maybe in this COVID world, in this quick restart between seasons, that's the way life is going to be anyway in the NBA. 2 of their next 7 games are against the Jazz. So that could be interesting. That could be telling. FTX Arena, Saturday at 7:30 this weekend. 1 week later, I believe 5 o'clock start for European viewers for the timing over there, playing in Utah at Vivint Arena. So there will be some clear benchmarks and, to look at this team now. Again, like I was talking to Big O about the upcoming trip. You end the homestand now, 2-game homestand with Utah on Saturday, but then you have the Nuggets, you have the Lakers, you have the Clippers, you have the Jazz. So I think in 2 weeks, we could be sitting here going, man, the Heat are like the Dolphins. You just don't know until you get through the roughest ones. But there has been nothing to indicate that they can't compete with anyone at this point.
Getting to some of your comments here. And by the way, thank you. Any questions, any comments you have, drop them in the chat. Good morning, Mr. Spock. Thomas Jensen, thank you so much for the kind words. Johan, good morning. You have a team that grinds and has that hard-nosed mentality. Chemistry looks really good. Hawaiian Punch makes a good point here that I wanted to get to. With the new rules making the game flow better and more watchable, how much does it help the veteran defensive teams like the Miami Heat? I think what it does, and Ari, you can kind of expand on this, I think it's also more that you have other teams who are having to adjust more than the Heat are. And it's a lot of what the Heat typically do, the fouls that Jimmy Butler typically draws, they're during the course of going to the basket and attacking the rim, as opposed to trying to draw contact for the sake of drawing contact.
Yes.
And it would have been different had you been relying on someone like Goran Dragic, who, hey, give him credit for how he played the game and how he worked within the rules. But a lot of times he would draw contact for the sake of drawing contact. You're seeing guys like James Harden, who early in the season, he's starting to hit his stride a little bit, but he was struggling with how to deal with that. Guys like Trae Young, Devin Booker, guys who have drawn contact for the sake of drawing. So I think when you have that veteran defensive team like the Heat, it's more that their toughness and being able to pursue defensively no longer works against them when you have guys trying to trick them.
Yeah, there's two elements there. I mean, Jimmy doesn't flail. He goes with force. I just posted a story at sunsentinel.com about that. Those are real, and they're spectacular. His fouls, the ones that he gets. The thing is, defensively, and you've heard this about the Heat when they first started with Pat Riley as coach, and even when Pat coached the Knicks, there was always a thought of, if you foul so much, the referees are going to sort of get tired of blowing the whistle, and they're going to let you play a little when you're physical all the time. That was a very real maxim people talked about the Knicks when Riley was there. I think because there's a crackdown on one certain type of foul, I think there's been a general reduction of calling fouls overall. This is one of the lowest free throw rates in the NBA in decades because of that. So you're right, Clay. When you're physical, when you're manning up on someone, the 50-50 ticky-tack call, the NBA is saying, wait a minute, we changed the rules to eliminate something different, but to eliminate the ticky-tack, let's let him play on. I love it. The games are shorter. There's fewer free throws. There's still guys like Jimmy Butler who get to the line. Giannis is still getting to the line. Embiid is getting to the line. Rudy Gobert are getting to the line, but not as many perimeter players. And you were perfect in mentioning Goran Dragic, who all those 4-point plays. He would shoot the three. Right. I mean, an average human being has 4 limbs, and yet it seemed like Goran had 8 limbs going in so many different directions. It must be a Slovenian thing that he would get those 4-point opportunities. I like it this way. Fewer whistles, I am fine with it. If the players are going to deal with bumps and bruises after, hey, it's not my bumps or bruises, I'm fine with that also.
Can I tell you the thing that I think is also really impressive about this Heat team? And look, we're not trying to be homers here, right? But I think you have to be objective in your analysis. When a team is playing as well as they are, there's not a whole lot to nitpick here. So I would say the thing that has struck me to this point is that they can beat you so many different ways right now. And, a team that was really poor rebounding the basketball last year, especially in the playoffs, and they got blown off the floor by Milwaukee in that respect. And I think they clearly prioritize that heading into the season. It's working. And it's a team that's going out there. If they're not hitting their threes, fine. They're going to attack the glass. If you score on one end, fine. We're still going to run on you. And we're still going to make you defend. And it doesn't feel, Ira, and again, this gets back to your point about these guys, this is who they are. It doesn't feel like as the course of the game goes on that there's any time where they take the foot off the gas. Like this is their identity. This is who they, and yes, you're gonna hit some rough patches along. This is 82 games. Like it's not going to be all sunshine and rainbows. And yet I think ultimately, because they can win multiple different ways, and because the fabric of who they are is to be this tough-nosed team and ultimately grind out victories, they're going to be able to navigate those sorts of things. And get back to what you were saying before the season all started. I've been the whole time like, all right, I don't care where they finish seeding-wise, but if you can grind out games even when you're not playing well, it makes you more likely to finish in that top 3 than you would if you were a veteran team that kind of giving guys rest days along the way.
Yeah, they're winning regular season games, playing playoff style basketball, and Clay,
that's a great way to put it. That's a great way to put it.
Yeah. So heartening because so many teams we see. How many times have you heard this when you're doing reporting, you're doing your half-hour pregame shows with Will? You talk about, okay, but when this team gets to the playoffs, they're going to be that. When the Heat get to the playoffs, they're going to be that. You know what? When the Heat get to the playoffs, they're going to be this. Because they're playing playoff basketball in the regular season. There will be no adjustment. There will be no, well, we have to avoid the play-in because we need the full week of pre-playoff camp. We need to head out, go to Lynn University or something and find ourselves. They are who they are. They're playing tough SOB basketball in October and November. So come April and May, their identity will be in place. It won't be like, who's the closer for Philadelphia? What's it going to be like with Kyrie Irving back for the Nets and how they're going to change? It's going to be the same. If they can hold it together, if they can stay healthy, if they can avoid COVID, it's going to be the same in game 1 at the start of the regular season as game maybe they're hoping 28 of the playoffs.
And we love the fact that they're blowing out teams by 17 points, because I know, like, you get to start writing your stories.
And you're pulling only first half clips there for your sports shows because the game's over. Yeah. I mean, you'll leave out the year saving stuff, but at least you'll get it done.
God, you read my mind. I was just about to say, with all due respect to Omer Yurtseven, I'd rather run.
Hey, at least he gets to play now, and UD gets to play, so there's some benefit there also.
Now, there is a part of me that's curious and eager to see what happens in a tight game late when Kyle Lowry's on the floor, because, like you said, the only tight game they've had was that game against Indiana, and Lowry didn't play, and they really kind of ran out of answers in that game. And it was one game, but I want to see how they bounce back from that. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, I want to get to what Ira talked about with Victor Oladipo, and he's clearly excited about what this team is doing right now, but how does he fit into this puzzle moving forward? Want to talk more about Tyler Hero and his start. We got a lot to get to right here on PRC ITP. We'll be right back.
Reach out to Ira and Clay. Drop them an email at insidethepaint@yahoo.com. Chime in on the YouTube chat board. You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines. If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Welcome back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Let's get back to the guys that just updated their email from Prodigy to AOL. Here's Ira and Clay.
Get off our lawn. We still got our AOL email addresses, and we're proud of it. Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winderman there. Some good stuff in the first block of the show. Let's talk about, let's get some of your questions here. C-Dog says, you ready to say top 3 seed for this Heat team? I am. And Ira, I think the reason why, and obviously you have to add the asterisk, the caveat, what have you, if they stay healthy and all that, reasonably healthy. But what I think has been impressive to me is kind of what we talked about in the first segment, is that they can beat you in so many different ways that, like, I'm not concerned that on a night when nobody is shooting the ball well. And by the way, I mean, Duncan Robinson and Kyle Lowry were horrible shooting the ball to start the season. And Kyle basically, we had to bleep him on the late newscast, but he said, I told Duncan Robinson that, hey, they're paying us for nothing because we can't make
I was there in Memphis when he was saying it, and I always wonder about the Heat post game that does the quick turnaround on those interviews, and I'm like, I wonder if they caught that or not.
They did not. It actually aired on Valley Sports, and poor Will had to say, yeah, we apologize for Kyle Larson.
I mean, that's the thing, and that's what we talked about. These guys are dogs, and they're raw.
Yes.
Now, I can change words. I can put A asterisk, or something like that after it, so I don't have to use all the words. But this is who they are. I mean, Mark Keefe, my God, that guy's gutter mouth. It's like, you sort of got to, but that's how he plays also. So there's nothing phony there. There's no airs about this team. I don't think there's a real arrogance about this team of where they are. And like you mentioned, it's interesting how you said, can they be a top 3 seed? Because I still think Milwaukee has the depth of talent. I still think Kyrie comes back, or a Kyrie replacement comes back at some point. New mayor in New York. The rules could change as soon as January 1st, which is still before the midpoint of the season for Brooklyn to get their footing. You and I were talking about the number 3 in the East, Philadelphia, which I really question now. Joel Embiid's hurt again. Tobias Harris, of course, is in protocols. We still don't know what the heck is going on with Ben Simmons. But not only might not he be playable for them, he might not be tradable for them. So you have that. I was high on the Boston bandwagon. Then I saw Boston play. And then I heard Marcus Smart talk. I'm not sure anymore. So, and Atlanta, we've seen be very uneven. The young players that they are going to be uneven. So I think 3 is a good number. If you would have said, can they be a top 2 seed or the number 1 seed? I'd say hold your horses a little, Clay. We're a little bit early. But yeah, I think they've shown that they can be up there if they stay healthy.
Yeah, and it's not that they can't get into the top 2. It's that based on what we've seen so far, you're comfortable with the idea that they can get into that top 3. And something to your point about Boston, what I found interesting was, I think it was Woj last night said that they had a players only meeting already. I mean, it's early November, and then apparently not a whole lot came out of it. That apparently not a whole lot was like when you have a players only meeting and you come out of it as though there were no meeting. That's usually not a good sign. Now, with that said, it's going to be a desperate team that the Heat are going to have to face. A desperate Boston
you know what?
team.
They're getting them on a back-to-back. They played last night in Orlando. They celebrated the win over Orlando. Everyone beats Orlando. Orlando's going to be right there in the race for worst team in the NBA. So if that got Boston feeling good about themselves, then God bless everyone. Boston gets their win. The Heat gets a team that maybe is exhaling a little bit tonight. It's sort of a win-win situation. You don't prove yourselves against Orlando. Look at you and I in the first segment. We were talking about the Heat quality wins. Neither of us went to that Orlando game. That was a schedule win that you have to win. You have to beat the Detroits. You have to beat the Orlandos. You have to beat the Timberwolves and the Sacramentos. The losses the Heat have sustained in recent years, but those are the ones you have to push past. Not too many gimmies in today's NBA, but Orlando is one.
Yeah, although to your point, Ira, I mean, those schedule wins, that's kind of tripped them up at times over the last...
absolutely, and it can't. That's going to give a real definition of if they are who we think they are. Their next West Coast trip, for example, we mentioned the gauntlet of the Nuggets and the Lakers and the Clippers and the Jazz, but it ends against the Thunder. You can't have a misstep at the end of that trip because you're tired, because it's your 9th day on the road, because it's your 5th game. That's a test also of the character and who you are as well.
And to your point, Sean, our producer, who does a great job, he actually has the schedule coming up. Sean, if you don't mind bringing that up really quickly. Wow, look how quick he was on that. Can you zoom in on that a little bit, Sean, please? And this is kind of what's coming up. You got Boston coming up tonight. The Utah game, which you mentioned, Ira, they play them twice within what, a 9-day
span,
7-game span. I mean, that's a real... the players hate it when you say measuring stick game, but when you're playing the only other team in the NBA that has a plus point differential of double digits, at least it's the type of game where you can see, all right, where do we stand against the other so-called best team in the league at this point? And then you got that West Coast
and the thing is, and Bam has struggled against bigger centers. So it's the Goberts and it's the Jokic's and it's the Embiids that have been a problem. So that will be a challenge for Bam because maybe a little more Dwayne Dedmon in those situations. But the bigger guys, that's where Bam sort of, as a tweener center, has struggled to a degree.
And Bam's got that extra size now. So let's see if that translates. Let's see if that helps him to
Yeah, but
be able to
they still
battle
haven't
with those
stretched him.
guys.
They haven't put him on the rack. So, he's still going to be 6'9", whether there's muscles, on his pecs and his biceps and everywhere else. So that's the thing. There still is some of that over-the-top-ism that you can't get away with. And remember, you're also starting a 6'4" power forward in P.J. Tucker.
And so then you've got that 4-game road trip out west where you're taking on, again, Utah and Denver, and then both LA squads. And then you get what should be a bit of a breather against Oklahoma City, which is easy for us to say, but then you still got to play the game. But you're really going to see this team even further tested over the next couple of weeks, which I think is good.
Absolutely.
You mentioned PJ Tucker, and we got a really good comment here. You go back and find it because somebody mentioned it, and it hit me. Thomas says Tucker and Lowry shooting threes have opened the lanes up tremendously, and Tucker just kind of plants himself in the corner and just says, "Hey, C-Dollop, I feel like PJ has fitted that Jay Crowder role perfectly." And what I think that's a good comparison, and I think Tucker kind of takes it to a new level. And I love what Jay Crowder did with this team. I think with Tucker, Crowder was great. With Tucker, there's not that inconsistency. Like, you're not going to expect him to hit the wing three. That's a little too far away for him.
Right.
But you give him that corner three and it's over. And so there's...
And also, he doesn't take as many shots as Jay Crowder. So
right.
You're not going to have the fluctuations because he's still going to be a 5-shot-a-game
yes.
guy. Enough of a threat, but he knows, let Bam, let Tyler, let Jimmy, let Kyle take the majority shots. Jay Crowder wanted to get his. He felt he was a part of the perimeter offense also. PJ Tucker has no illusions. He wants to defend. He wants to rebound. He wants to block out. And then if he gets his shots, he's happy. You don't have to feed the beast when it comes to his play.
Yeah, and with Crowder, they needed it. I mean, that particular team needed what he brought. You could tell, I mean, especially early in games, he was such a key, vital role for what they were doing. With Tucker, the identity of this team is a little bit different. To your point, they're not relying on him to do that, and he's perfectly content to let the rest of the guys do what they're doing. So they're really going to be tested. We're going to find out a lot more. Somebody made a comment here about the Heat. Jay says the Heat reminds me of the Knicks championship teams. Now, are you going back to like the late 60s, early 70s, or are we talking about the teams that won the team that won the Eastern Conference championship, the 94 squad, I think, that lost to Houston? But I've thought about this before, Ira, that this team feels like in many ways it's kind of built in the image of the Pat Riley Knicks teams that had that toughness. And yet I think there's also a little bit of an element of that 2006 Miami Heat championship team where you're bringing in some of these veterans that either have championship experience or close to it. And you're able to kind of, guys like that dog mentality. You had somebody like Gary Payton on that team who in big moments in the fight, I mean, he stepped up. So like you're bringing in those sorts of players to complement what's already your identity.
What, Clay, I'm going to give you comparisons to all three. If they're talking about the older Knicks, the Knicks of the 1970 or so, I think there's a lot. You could look at that Knicks team of DeBusschere and Bradley and Willis Reed, Frazier. I go with Dick Barnett. Then Earl Monroe came in. They moved the ball. It was almost sublime the way they moved the ball. And you've seen this. You've seen the YouTube highlights and the Twitter highlights of the 6, 7, 8 pass Heat possessions that leads to the perfect shot. So they do remind me of that Knicks team.
And not to interrupt you, but Jay clarified. He put down Kyle Lowry as Clyde Frazier, Jimmy Butler as Earl the Pearl, Duncan Robinson, Bill Brad. So he actually.
I don't know if Duncan Robinson's a future senator. Remember, Jimmy said Duncan Robinson has no IQ, so I don't know if he's the Rhodes Scholar that Bill Bradley was. But then you look at the next Knicks team, and you could say, the Anthony Masons, the Oakleys, the physical type. You have that right now with the Heat also, with the Dedmons and the Tuckers and that physical type of play. And then your point is very strong about the 2006 Heat team where they said, okay, we have our anchors, but we need the pieces to be part of that. That's when they made the big trade with Memphis and they brought in Jason Williams.
Yes.
They brought in Antoine Walker. They brought in James Posey. They signed Gary Payton at the end of the preseason, at the end of free agency. So they augmented also. And that's what the Heat did this year with the subtle moves of a $7 million contract to a PJ Tucker, bringing back Dwayne Dedmon on that minimum scale, bringing in Markieff Morris on that minimum scale. They plugged the right pieces in. It goes to what we said at the top of the show today on Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint, is that the way that the Heat have built themselves is there is this type of player that they want. And if you fit in here into this box, you're part of us. All those players do. The question is whether Victor Oladipo will. The question was whether a KZ Okpala will, and apparently he won't, and now he's injured again. So you sort of are what you are now. Even Max Strus adopted a little more of that tough guy mentality, bulked up his body, has that thick build that he's able to at least put a body on you also. So he worked in there, and he sort of solidified his ninth man role until this injury right now.
By the way, though, thankful that it wasn't worse. I mean, that looked bad, and I found it interesting. And Ira, you're going to have to refresh my memory on which game it was. I don't know if it was the Memphis game, whatever game it was, where Duncan was really struggling, and Max Strus got all of his fourth quarter minutes, and it felt like, I don't want to say a message from Eric Spoelstra, but I think it was one of those where it was like, look, man, if Duncan's not doing what we got him to do, and he's not hitting, we're really confident that.
Yeah, I think it was the Charlotte home game, the Friday before they began.
Yes, it was the Charlotte. You're right.
And that's what they're missing right now. You know, the good thing is Duncan came around a little bit in the Dallas game to show a little bit more, and he certainly came around in the Memphis game also. But you don't have that guy off the bench, but to be the 3-point specialist. We know Tyler is thriving in the mid-range, 60% shooting on his mid-range shots. But that extra 3-point threat, it puts the onus on other players. It's really weird to talk about the Strus injury and to say being out multiple weeks is good, but we know when he had the ACL playing for the Bulls G League team, he missed an entire calendar year, so it could be worse. We wondered how are they going to fill things in. Matter of fact, Clay, I wanted to bring this up. I'm sorry if I'm taking you too tangential here.
No.
Eric Spoelstra, we were talking to after practice in Dallas at American Airlines Center on Monday, and we asked him, well, who's going to step in for Max right now? And he says, well, we have Gabe we can go to, and we certainly like what Caleb Martin's doing. And I double-checked my quote with another of the beat writers, Anthony Chang from the Miami Herald, and I'm saying, did I miss something, or did he not mention KZ Okpala? This was before KZ was injured. And Anthony goes to me, no, those are the names he mentioned, which talks about how a guy has fallen so far from the consciousness that if you were to line up three guys going into the season and saying, if Max Strus becomes ninth man, who knew, and he gets injured, which one of these guys do you think might step in first? KZ Okpala, Caleb Martin, or Gabe Vincent? You probably would have told me, well, KZ's been here for 2 years. He knows this system as well as anyone. Mm-hmm. Then after Eric spoke, there was a big 3-on-3 game. Apparently, KZ twisted his ankle there, so he became a non-factor. I like Caleb Martin. He's a solid player. He's a good player. One of those players on the scale of 1 to 10, he's a 5. Yeah. 5.5 maybe. That's what he is, God bless him. So it's one thing to have a route like you did in Dallas. But if you're going to need that ninth man, if someone's going to get in foul trouble, if Kyle Lowry's going to sit another game, you could be one player short right now. We spoke about this roster, only went with 14 because of the luxury tax. UD doesn't play except if it's the last minute of the game. Victor Oladipo is still out nursing that quadriceps surgery rehab. And now if KZ's unplayable, you once again are tight because it's not like you're going to play a Omer Yurtseven when a wing goes out. He doesn't fit. And Dwayne Dedmon has been great for his role. I'm not saying he's a great center or an all-star. I'm saying he has been great as a 12 to 14-minute player also. So Omer isn't as necessary right there. So I'm still a little concerned about the Strus fallout. They survived one game, but we're talking at least 2 weeks. Can they survive 10 games?
And I think it's, if you're mentioning Martin and Gabe Vincent, they bring different things to the table. And I think with Gabe, you're going to get more of that scoring element, especially when he's hot. I mean, you're going to, and if you're trying to replace the scoring that Strus brought, you're going to have that. Both guys are good defenders. Caleb Martin is more of your, like, I love the mentality that he's brought where, man, he is going to be in your face. And hey, Gabe Vincent can do the same sort of thing. But with Martin, like the first time you saw him, and I actually think James Borrego mentioned this, that he's going to fit perfectly with what Miami does. Where he gets another
fit, another right guy. Him and his brother and Cody Martin also, almost the same player. We were joking. They swapped. Michael Lissack, the Heat PR guy, was talking to us when they swapped jerseys after that Charlotte game on Friday. He said he couldn't tell the difference. He said, literally, if they would have swapped locker rooms and Cody got on the plane with the Heat, you wouldn't have known. That's how much they both are twins in appearance and twins in style also. Again, he's limited to 50 total appearances on the active roster, not in games, on the active roster. So the Heat will have to find 32 games to go without him. Hopefully Max Strus comes back. You can make him inactive a few more. You could transfer his contract, make him a standard roster player before the playoffs, which I think they will do. So you have that option also. But again, a little bit of eggshells with Max Strus being out.
So we got a lot to get to in this last segment of the show. I want to show you guys the jerseys if you haven't seen them yet. The jerseys are going to be wearing starting tonight. Plus, we want to talk about Victor Oladipo and how he could potentially fit in with this role. And then, Ira, we got a great question in the chat, and I want to get your take on this. So I'll give you the commercial break to marinate on this. Is this a team that is worth now going into the tax for? We'll get to that and a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
You're listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a good rack? Pallet Rack City. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com. or InnerMiamiWear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. If it's hardcore hoops you desire, make sure you subscribe to the Big O Radio Show and never miss an episode of Inside the Paint. Let's get back to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back, Ira. So had some good questions before the break, and the one that I wanted to get to right off the top here, is this a team, based on what you've seen so far, that you, Ira Winderman, using Mickey Arison's money, would be happy going into the tax for?
Well, there's the short view and the long view. Short view, of course, and they can do it. And right now, with a Max Strus being out, I like James Ennis. I think he can come in, he can fill that role, he can defend, he can make shots. He spent enough time in the Heat system. He was a Heat second-round acquisition of theirs before he played 1 year in Australia, that he might at least know some of what Eric Spoelstra wants to do. I could see an argument made for Wesley Matthews. No, he's a little older, but that fits the Heat demographic. He can make three-pointers with the second unit. But the question is sustainability. If you go into the tax, you get closer to the repeater tax. You're looking at a 3-year run minimum with Kyle Lowry on his 3-year contract, longer with Jimmy Butler on his extension. So do you have to protect the future as well? Do you have to say it's not just about this season with those guys, but we don't want to get to a point where even a minimum salary guy becomes 3, 4, 5 times that. So I get it. I think you slow play it. You say it ain't broke now. You're still winning anyway. Now, if you show a wart where all of a sudden you realize Caleb Martin isn't enough, where all of a sudden you find out that a player X has to go into pandemic protocols for 10 days, and you're without someone, then you can. Remember, Clay, you can sign a player right now to a non-guaranteed contract, play him for X amount of games, and then cut him. Use some of that $400,000 you have left under the tax to do something, or you could trade KZ Okpala with some cash and lose that salary and gain more flexibility. I would like to see one more, unless, and you've teased this in the first 2 segments, unless KZ Okpala is closer than we think. Now, if KZ Okpala is 3, 4, 5, 6, even only 8 weeks away, and you have a real sense that he's coming back sooner, then I think you can wait. So I think a lot of this has to do.
Sorry, not to take up. Do you mean Okpala or Oladipo?
No, Oladipo. I'm sorry. It's
the
O names. Yes, I was wondering why you're giving me that gaze look. Yes, Victor Oladipo. I'm sorry. I was caught in the O's there for a while, in the O zone. If Victor Oladipo is coming back, then you answered that question. What a perfect guy to step in for Max Strus. What a perfect guy to round out this roster anyway. So what we don't know is what they know. We're going to hear the same thing. You know this. We spoke about this on our first show this year. Eric Spoelstra will always say no new update until there is the update, and you wait on that. So I think really going into the tax and spending the money comes down to more, when is Victor Oladipo coming back? And even if it's as late as midseason and in January, I think you could pull it off and you could wait for that. If, however, they're going, this guy's looking to get right and he might not come back at all this season, then I think you have to think about it. So I think not KZ Okpala, sorry. Victor Oladipo is really the swing player when it comes, number 1, to the roster, number 2, to the luxury tax.
Yeah, and so, because there was another question, and this kind of gets into what you were saying. The other question was, what's the timetable there? We don't know, and they're not going to tell us, and they're not going to let anything leak out. And so as these next few weeks go on, I'm with you as far as slow playing goes. I would say this, tomorrow isn't promised. And I think because you've got the older team and you've had good fortune to this point with health, you've only had Kyle Lowry missing 1 game. And hopefully this is one of those seasons where, hey, even though these guys are older, they keep themselves in really, really good shape. Yeah. And so you're able to sit. So if you get to that point where you're slow playing it and you're, I don't know, Ira, 30 games into the season, 40 games into the season, you look up and you're still in the number 1 seed. Yeah, I think at that point, and you look at Victor Oladipo coming back, and he's either not what you were hoping for, or he's not quite as healthy as then you start to make that decision, and it becomes a little bit. And to me, Ira, I think it's a no-brainer that if you need someone and you feel like you are 1 player away with this team, based on what you've seen, you owe it to this group to try to make a run, because
Clay,
you don't know.
Clay, I'm going to give you part B of that, though. The buyout deadline is March 1st, after the February 10th trading deadline. Traditionally, good players will play for the minimum for a chance to win a championship. So if you hold your $400,000 under the tax, maybe create a little more space, all of a sudden players like an Eric Gordon, maybe a John Wall or other players who are completely out of your price range now, as we talk at the beginning of November, are like, damn, they're 3rd in the East. They can win a title. They're in Miami. They have no state income tax. I might be able to go back for another season there. You want to make yourself sexy at the buyout deadline. Last season at the buyout deadline, the Heat were...
By the way, nobody knows more about making themselves sexy than Ira Winderman.
Well, I try, but I have other backdrops for my other shows, for Ira After Dark. So but that's a different story. So when you look at last season, the Heat were...
I don't even want to know, man.
No, you don't want to know. You don't want to know that under the shirt, the Speedo was on, but that's another story for another day.
That's it. I'm out. I'm done.
You're out. We'll get to
take the rest of the show here. Man.
So last year at the buyout deadline, the Heat were a middling team. They were, Clay, you remember, they almost were in the play-in. So when a Blake Griffin shook free, he said, why wouldn't I go to the Nets instead? Remember, LaMarcus Aldridge was all but written to the Heat. He was going to get his buyout from the Spurs. He was coming from the Heat. He said it. Everyone thought it. Boom, he went to Brooklyn instead. Again, why? The Heat were a fifth
and look, by the way, not to interrupt you, but he said flat out, or people close to him said flat out, no, it's because the Heat aren't good enough.
Right. It could be is where he wanted to be until he said, wait, they're in 5th place and Brooklyn's in 2nd place, and that's a better place to be.
And I think they'd just gotten blown out by Brooklyn too. Like they'd just gotten blown out by somebody.
They were in a rough stretch. So the point I'm making is, if around March 1st you're in a good position, they will come to you. It's like Field of Dreams. They will come through on the court and they'll go, oh, I'll take a John Wall. I think I'll take an Eric Gordon also. And he's a little bit older, but maybe I'll try the Kevin Love over there. So there will be a lot of options for them if they're competitive then. So you might be able to, number one, avoid the tax. Number two, not have to make a big trade at the February 10th deadline. And number three, by March 1st, all of a sudden, you're sort of getting the who's who of who used to be and who might be again.
So to answer the question, I think there is an option A, B, and C. And we always hear that from Pat Riley, the plan A, B, and C. I think the plan A and the preferred plan would be Victor Oladipo comes back, and he looks like 2016, 2017 sure. Victor Oladipo, and that's your guy. He fills all of your voids. The plan B would be what you just said, which is you wait until that buyout deadline. You're playing so well that one of those players shakes free, and they're looking at Miami like, yeah, man, absolutely. Sure. And you also sell them on, hey, you can be the missing piece. You can be the guy that gets us the ring that we haven't been able to get. Like Riley, we know, can sell that. Plan C to me, Ira, and again, this is all assuming that you are right there. You're basically feeling like you're one piece away from winning a championship. At that point, to me, you have to seriously consider going into the tax if plans A and B don't look like they're going to materialize.
And that question will be asked because I asked it to Pat Riley in his preseason. You've said when you are a contender, you and Mickey Harrison have said, we will spend into the tax when we are a contender. So if they are a contender at that point, then everything should be on the table about maximizing this roster. Or, Clay, one other thing. The chemistry can be so good, you don't want to take a chance. You don't want to bring in a player who might have other issues off court, who might have ego things. Even when I look at the Celtics who are coming in tonight to FTX Arena, and they got Dennis Schroeder for pennies on the dollar because he was all that's left of free agency. I always wonder about players like this, Clay. Are they playing for their team, or are they playing to rebuild their value statistically so they can get another contract? So that's a risk that you bring in a John Wall, who's just taken a buyout, left some money on the table, playing for the minimum. Would he come in and saying, I want to show my value again so I can hit free agency and have value versus the chemistry you have? You know what? It's almost like all these other teams. Every fan, I'm sure you see it on the chat also, wants a trade. They want to be GMs. But sometimes what you have is good enough. Sometimes you can roll with what you have and build that chemistry for months, and that's as good as any other option, maybe your plan D.
Yeah, and like we saw last year with Brooklyn, they added the players, but it wasn't enough because of what happened with James Harden and Kyrie Irving in the playoffs. And so it's a delicate balance where you're trying to figure out, do you not want to disrupt the chemistry, but make sure that you have enough talent going forward? Hey, Sean, if I've got you, can you bring up the jerseys for tonight? You mentioned the Celtics are coming into FTX Arena tonight. Let's take a look at these beauties. Oh, look at that. I like how they kind of took the previous jerseys. Do you remember how many combinations they had? Bam Adebayo did like a math thing. I think it was like over 20,000 jersey combinations that they can have with the different lettering.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think it was like 5,200 was the number that I got from the Heat as far as just the numbering. Also, fans, just so people aren't confused, the lettering is standard on every jersey. The M-I-A-M-I, that doesn't change.
See, just so you guys aren't confused, is Ira code for Clay, you're full of crap. Like, you got that wrong. It's not that the lettering no, so it's just the numbering that changes.
So the word Miami, the nameplate will say the same. It's the two numbers. There are like over 5,000 different choices there on the way you can do your numbering. That's why we were talking about like the broadcasters and how it might be a little bit tougher. Bam, if you notice, chose the black and then the trophy gold there, or that might be the 15 strong. Also, there's two options in that. So you can pick from the vice colors. And again, the Heat did something really smart, Clay. In the NBA, when you sell merchandise nationally, whether it's NBAstore.com or other places, you get an equal percentage on your merchandise versus any other team. I think it's basically you get a 1/30th split with the other teams. However, when you sell in your market at your own venues, you get a much higher percentage. The numbering done by the fans can only be done directly through the Heat. In other words, if you were to go to Champs or to Dick's or to any other national outlet, Fanatics, you would wind up getting just whatever numbering they give you. One set style, that's it. It's only through the Miami Heat, their pop-up store that's opening tonight at FTX Arena, and then to heatstore.com, you can choose your numbering, your two numbers. So again, like Michael McCullough said, the Heat's director of marketing, you could have a Bam Adebayo that's a one of a kind, even though it's an Adebayo jersey that other people have also. It's interesting. It's a matter of, does it look too busy? I think they kept the court, if Sean could bring that up, rather simplistic with the way the court looks. So I think the court itself coming out is not going to be wild as the vice versa that they had last season, half the fuchsia and half the other color. I think it's pretty basic. The logo, I think, looks pretty cool. Even the subtle accents, if you notice there around the court, the yellow line is out of bounds. That is their homage to Ray Allen coming out when the yellow ropes were out, thinking the Spurs were going to win the 2013 title.
Wow.
But it's subtle. The 3-point line is the Miami, the Vice jerseys, the colors they use there. But it's subtle. The black lane is a throwback to when the Heat first played at Miami Arena. The lane back then, starting in 1988, was painted black. So they did that. But I think it's subtle enough that when you look at it, unlike last year's vice versa court, you go, okay, that's a basketball court. There's still a relative simplicity, which I've always preferred also. One of those vice courts, you didn't even know where the out of bounds was. It's like the end zone. Sometimes they paint in the NFL. You don't know which line is out of bounds, which is in. So I think there's a complexity to the jersey, but I like that there's this simplicity to the court as well.
By the way, Ira, you just did me a big favor because taking people behind the curtain, my story today that I'm working on for Local 10 is Ray Allen was just named the new head basketball coach at Gulliver Prep.
Yeah.
And we got to hear from him last night. So I'm kind of doing a story on what Ray Allen is doing now. I had no idea that the gold on the court was the homage to get those yellow ropes out of here. Get those ropes out of here.
Right, so now it's get that freaking out-of-bounds line out of here, so you have that instead.
That's cool.
So, yeah, it's like, I'm telling you, Michael McCullough and his staff there, they were absolute mad scientists on this. And yes, I even like what he said. Is this over the top? You bet it's over the top. But what's more over the top than South Beach and Miami anyway? I mean, you're not going to see more unique than any other place in the country, so it makes sense to try to be a little different. Interestingly, Clay, there's 30 teams in the NBA. One does their jerseys in-house, the Miami Heat. The other 29 teams have Nike's designer bringing them ideas on what they're going to do. So the Heat has kept this very much South Florida, South Beach, very much of who we are, because they do it all in-house.
And that's why they have the jobs that they do, and you and I are just sitting here talking about it. Let's end the show, Ira, talking about Tyler Hero.
Sure.
And, I feel like it's something we talk about every week because every week he does something else to prove that he's entering that stratosphere of a player that is, you can rely on him. And what I think is so important, and it kind of drives me nuts, Ira, because this national narrative that's kind of spun out of what he said with Jeremy Taché of, I see myself being in the same category as Trae Young and Luka Doncic. At the time, it bothered me because I thought it was taken out of context.
It was, and I spoke to him the next day, and he said, no. What I said is, I want to be in the same conversation. And he clarified that. Again, so many of the national analysts just went with part A because it was sexier. But what he said, and we put this in the Sun Sentinel, I had it several times on sunsentinel.com, is he said, my intention was to say, I want to be that. And Clay, what's wrong with that?
Oh, it drove me nuts.
You want to be Mike Breen. We all want to be someone one day. We all see that there's something better out there. God bless him. I mean, could you imagine if he came in and he said, one day I want to be like the third tier point guard over there. I want to be like that guy. No, he's aiming high. Hey, when he wore that sport coat on draft night, you knew the kid was aiming high anyway.
So let me ask you this, because I thought it was really interesting that last night he goes out there and he balls out again in Dallas, or 2 nights ago, goes out there and balls out again in Dallas. And Luka's right there. And on Twitter, you're reading all of these people who are, again, taking out of context the quote that he had. But one thing we know about Tyler is that in the face of adversity, in the face of people telling him he's not something, in the face of, he steps up and he proves that he is. And it all started back when he was in Wisconsin and he had committed to the Badgers, decommitted and goes to Kentucky. That's when he played his best. So Ira, there's a part of me that thinks, yes, it's taken out of context. It's unfair to him. There's another part of me that feels like he's built for this. And if there's anybody built to kind of rise above when this kind of stuff is getting thrown at him, it's him.
Yeah, his swag is being backed up now. I'm not so sure his mid-range shooting is sustainable, so Heat fans don't go in a panic if he has a 4 or 15, because like you and I have spoken for a month now, Clay, what is he? He's a Vinnie Johnson, he's a Jamal Crawford, he's a Lou Williams. All of those players, Tim Hardaway, have had their 1 of 15s. That's part of the deal also. It doesn't mean that they've collapsed or come back to earth. It just means when you're a streak scorer, there's a reason people use the word streak, because it can go both ways. It probably will at some point. Don't panic when it does.
Ooh, that fade on the baseline off the dribble the other night, though, that was a thing of beauty. That was gorgeous. I want to see that stay. All right, Ira, great stuff today. Please make sure to follow Ira and the Sun Sentinel, all of the stuff that you need for tonight's Boston Celtics game. I'll be out there starting at noon on Local 10, actually heading out there shortly, and then we're going to have that piece on Ray Allen, and Will Manso's going to have a lot on tonight's game. So much good stuff to talk about with this Heat team. We're glad that you were able to spend Thursday morning with us. We'll see you again next week.
Thanks, guys.
You've been listening to the Pallet Rack City Inside the Paint program with Ira Winterman and Clay Ferraro, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Search Big O Radio Show on most platforms. Subscribe and smash the like button to support Inside the Paint. If you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business, there's only one choice: Pallet Rack City.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, aka the Big O. He covers all the
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Welcome back. Welcome aboard. We are rocking and rolling on a Thursday. You're almost there for the weekend. And don't forget, this weekend, we start off at Sports Grill on Bird Road. So Dolphins, Texans, hey, man, come on out, join us. This is a game that actually you may walk away happy. I mean, listen, at Sports Grill, you're always happy because, I mean, ask Sean. Ask him if he's not happy at Sports Grill all the time, huh? Sean, you happy at Sports Grill every once in a while you're there enjoying yourself? No mic is on there.
As always, happy, sir.
Yes, sir. That's it. He's having a little 2 and grits, having some wings. He's he definitely enjoys Sports Grill every week. And I just got off the phone. Looks like our Hialeah weekly appearance is happening very shortly. In the next week or two, it'll be on a Thursday now, is what it's going to be. Sean, we're going to be every Thursday at Hialeah Park. It'll happen in the next week or two that we'll start on Thursdays there. And we're also setting up, Sean, believe it or not, maybe we might do a special appearance, a couple of special appearances at Santa's Enchanted Forest. So we'll have the tent out there. We'll have it all set up, and we'll go out to meet the thousands of folks that are going to be going out to Santa's Enchanted Forest. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to talk to the folks to see if I can get some tickets to give away for some Santa Enchanted Forest action out there, and that way some of you can take your family. But kudos to Hialeah Park. I mean, that is one enormous property, right? And they have a lot of space to do a lot of things on that property if they want to. And they've got ideas of growing it even more, and they should, because there's so much potential there. It's so easy to get to from all kinds of ways, actually. And down in Dade, you kind of need that, an entertainment center like that. So they're adding all kinds of things now, and I love the kind of like the way Stephen Ross saved the tennis center. I think Santa's Enchanted Forest is one of those things that needed to be saved, and I'm glad that they saved it and brought it there, because that's been a staple in our community forever. So that's actually really, really cool that they were able to save Santa's Enchanted Forest. So good stuff there. Let's see. Campos is saying, Big O, we forgot Greg Camarillo, top 10 Dolphins of the last 15 years. Top 10 Dolphin plays of the last 15 years. Because obviously it's been a pretty pathetic 15 years. So, yeah, that would be one of them. I don't know about players, but I like the joke. I got no problem with that. Rosendo, by the way, says, good morning, Big O Nation. Happy Thursday and thought of the day. The key to happiness is to focus on the positive, live in the moment, laugh in the moment, and love every moment of your life. Very good, Rosendo. Thank you, sir, as always, for some incredible words of positivity. You always bring that every single day. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. What else do we have here on the... And by the way, Ira and Clay, another excellent show. That was fantastic. They were good. Joe Shad, by the way, will join us at noon. So we will talk to the insider, and we'll get the latest on what's going on. Big O, VeChain getting a governance token. You see VeChain blowing up right now? I told you, it's just a matter of time before VeChain takes off. How about Crow? Holy crap, man. They listed Crow on Coinbase. So Crow is up. I saw it 16% the last time I checked here. I'm refreshing now on my Crow app to check it out, because it's up 21% right now. Crow, I'm a big Crow guy. I love Crow. It's up to 29 cents, almost 29.5 cents. That is freaking awesome, man. Holy crap. Yeah, those are all-time highs right there, man. And VeChain is up 9.6%. It's about to hit 15 cents. So it is now working. Look, it was only a matter of time before VeChain started to make a parabolic move. And this time there's not going to be any more corrections now. Now it's a move all the way up. And it's going to start. It has so much involved in its ecosystem. And it's involved in so many things, and it has no competition. I've been a VeChain proponent from day one. I am heavily invested in VeChain. It's just a matter of patience. And that's the thing about crypto. If you don't have any patience and guts, you cannot actually invest in crypto. You have to understand, you have to do your homework, but you have to have patience. Just like the Cardano people that I told you, hey, wait, and it started to make a move. It corrected a little bit, but it'll start to, you can see now that there's some buzz now, and it's starting to make a move, and it's going to make a move, and I think it'll get to even $5 by the end of December. Okay. I really think Cardano is going to start making some serious moves, but man, I am so happy to see VeChain moving now, and so happy to see Crow moving. I've been very patient with VeChain and Crow, waiting, and instead of losing patience, all I've done is when it's gone down, I've reinvested in it, which is what you're supposed to do when you believe in a good coin like Crow, like VeChain. You don't panic and sell out. You buy more. And you take advantage, because eventually when it does start making its move, you will then end up making even more money because you reinvested when it went into its into its consolidation period. Big O Saitama. Yeah, I've heard of the Saitama. Don't know anything about it. Don't know what it is. Don't know what it does. Uh, don't even know what exchange to get it on. I guess you're going to have to go through a Uniswap or something like that. So don't know much about it. Many people have brought it up. It's a meme coin, but I don't even know if it has any kind of technology. You know what I mean? So I haven't done any homework on Saitama, and some of you have mentioned it to me. I've seen it on the internet and stuff like that. People talking about it, but I have no idea what it is. So I cannot talk about something or tell you that I would invest in something that I know nothing about. So unfortunately, if you could tell me what it's all about and send me an article, send me something that's legitimate and that it actually, or is it just a meme coin that you're trying to pump and dump? If that's the case, then okay, I got you. Joanne Weiss says, been in crypto a while and patience is key. Oh yeah, if you have no patience, you're done in crypto. Read 2 books, The Bitcoin Standard and The Internet of Money. That's what Xavier says. Xavier says, also check out the Real Vision crypto channel. Okay. Real Vision is great, Joanne says. All right, like it. Mark Craven says, not a meme coin at all. Oh, it's not. Well, what is it? Send me an article. Send me something. Send it to my email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Put it in my DMs on Twitter at Big O Show. There's many ways to reach me, man. Many ways to reach me, many platforms to reach me. So send it to me, okay? I like Polygon, Luna, AVAX. Yeah, I'm a Polygon guy. I like Luna and AVAX. I'm not invested, but I know that those are good coins. Those are really good investments overall. But I'm a huge, huge Polygon guy. I love Polygon because not only do I love Polygon, but then on Crow I stake it and I get 10% of it. So I'm what's that called? I'm multiplying like rabbits, baby. Matic. So that is a beautiful thing. I love it. 10% staking for Matic on Crow. That is beautiful. And by the way, I reposted my OK Coin link on Twitter at Big O Show. You can get $50 of Bitcoin for free. We split 100, and if you get Miami Coin right now, and it's at a pretty low price right now, where you can take it and stake it and get 280%. It was at 430, and I kept telling you about it, and several folks took advantage, and you were able to stake it and stake it for the 6 months. Don't stake it for 15 days because it fluctuates. And if you stake it for 15 days, it might even go down again from 280. Lock it in for 280. Okay. I made several investments and locked it in at 430. So you start seeing that interest come back, and that is a beautiful thing, man. They pay you in stacks. And then what you do is, at least you could keep the stacks if you want, but I sell the stacks and then I bought Cardano, or I could get more Bitcoin, or I can get Ethereum, or I can get Matic, or I can get Polygon, or I can get Polkadot, or something else on their exchange. So you get that interest and you turn it into another coin if you want, and build it up. Avalanche, they have there too. They have several. They have Shiba if you want to, use your interest for Shiba. But right now, the link is there, and you get 280%, which is still one hell of a deal. All right. And we split $100 of Bitcoin. So you get 50, I get 50. I mean, that's a beautiful thing. That's in there. Sofla Don says Shiba, Cody, Polygon, XLM, and Cardano. I like all of them. XLM moves a little too slow for my liking. I have XLM, but I have actually taken a large portion of my XLM and moved it over to Matic. I have very little XLM left. I like Stellar, but there's other companies competing with them. And Stellar, one of the things why you see it move so slow is in its initial stages, they gave away so many coins that's been the problem with Stellar, and that's what's kept it down a little bit because of the promotion they did early on when they started. They put a lot of coins out there, and that would just is not really a good move when you do that. But it's a good company. But it'll move slower than all the other ones that you talked about there. What's it called? Cody is awesome. I've been talking about Cody since early in the year when it was at 18 cents and it's well over 60. You know which one I'm super happy that is moving now, and I got a Gate.io is Ecomi. I've been a big Ecomi guy, and I got Ecomi at 0.0034, so a third of a penny. It is now at 0.007582, 3/4 of a penny already. So I've been able already to triple my money. I love Ecomi. OMI is the abbreviation, Ecomi. That is another one that I'm a big fan of. I've talked about over this year in crypto. That's another one that I would definitely get involved if you can. Okay, man. There's a lot of you talking about crypto already. I'm losing my ass on the Hard Rock app. I'm winning. I'm up a couple bucks now. I went 2-1 last night. So I posted my picks last night, but I posted them right before tip off and all that. So I'm not even going to put it to my totals of my, which I could use the 2-1, but that's all right. I didn't do it here, so we're not going to put them part of it. But I did post it on Twitter, actually. So we went 2-1. I got to make my picks again tonight, but it's fun to have the app, man. It is fun to have the app and be able to make a bet and all that. I love it, man. Although tonight, 6.5, and I don't like the Celtics. Like, I love the Heat tonight. But, man, 6.5, it's a lot of points. You know what I'm saying? Anthony says, Big O, I'll see you November 21st for the Dolphins game at Sports Grill on Bird Road. I have season tickets this year staying in fight, at least tailgate experience, barbecue, and some food time. All right. Come on out, man. All right. I love it. So, good stuff. So, we got the Heat tonight. They're on NBA TV too, so they get a little national exposure. Heat and Celtics. Over and unders 216. Celtics are 3-5. Heat are 6-1. Favored by 6.5 right now, or 7, depending on where you get the line. They are minus 300 in the money line, and Celtics are plus 240. The Capitals are in town. The Washington Capitals, who are 5-1-3. And they will take on our Florida Panthers at 8-0-1 tonight. Panthers are favored by 1.5 goals. The over and under is 6 goals. And Panthers right now are minus 145 on the money line. And Capitals, the Capitals are plus 125 on the money line. So there you go. A lot of local action. And then we've got also Thursday night football, which is the Jets and the Colts. Not necessarily a sexy game for Thursday night. Jets are 2-5. Colts are 3-5. The over and under is 46. And the Colts are favored by 10.5 points. Wow. It's a lot of points. Crappy game. I wish we had a better game, right? Please, Stephen Ross, no signing of Odell Beckham Jr. Big O, you agree with me if he gets released by the Browns? Let me discuss that situation about Odell Beckham and the Browns. Now, one, I don't think he'll come here anyways because he'll want to go. Although he did come here for the break in the playoffs, right? He and his crew didn't know how to necessarily dress on a boat, but I mean, outside of that, they did come down here. Listen, I'm not an Odell Beckham fan at all. I think he's a punk. I mean, there's plenty of examples. This is the second team where he's wearing out his welcome. And look, let me tell you something. I was never the biggest Baker Mayfield believer or anything. Any of you that follow the show, you know that I wasn't necessarily the biggest Baker. He's kind of, somewhat proven me wrong to a certain extent. He's all right. I didn't think much of him, to be honest with you. I know he played with Moxie and all that kind of stuff, and he hasn't done a bad job there. He's done all right. Done better than I expected, actually. So I'm not telling you that he is the answer to everything, because you got Odell's father putting out plays and things like that. But the bottom line is, this is the second team that Odell Beckham wears out his welcome. And if he's not injured, he's acting like an idiot. So to me, I mean, what are you going to do? Add another injured wide receiver? I mean, have you not learned your lesson already at this point? So that would be the only thing that I wouldn't want Odell Beckham here at all. I mean, you're going to get another guy that's unreliable, and he's going to come down here to hang out in South Beach, because that guy will probably get a pad in South Beach. That's the kind of dude he is. So no, I wouldn't want. But I mean, we have signed a bunch of injured wide receivers, so it does kind of go. It kind of goes with our MO that we sign guys like that. Flo Gotta Go says, I put a little money on Sheba, so now I get to learn about being patient. Okay. I mean, if that's, one of the good things about meme coins, Doge, Shiba, whatever, any of these, Floki, whatever, all these type of, what is it, Moon something, whatever that one's called. The good thing about that is that it introduces you to crypto. But if it's really like, if you're just going to invest in crypto, then I would rather you just, put a little money in Bitcoin. And that's it. So that way it's safe. It's going to go up no matter what. There's very little risk. Put your money in Ethereum. Very little risk, things like that. The Shiba stuff, I get it. You're all waiting to see if it goes to 10 pennies or something and you're going to get rich, which I just, market cap wise, I've already told you the math does not jive. Unless they burn billions of coins, they're not going to be able to raise the value of that coin to the point that you're really going to get filthy rich. So you could make some money, those of us that got in a little earlier than where it's at now. But my suggestion to you is, if you're just getting into crypto, make it nice and lazy for you, right? You put a little money in Bitcoin, put a little money in Ethereum, put a little money in maybe Cardano, Matic, something like that, and just let it sit there, and you don't have to worry about it. With the meme coin, especially like a Shiba, you're going to have to worry about it. You're going to have to look at it all the time, because there'll be fluctuations and then there'll be parabolic moves. And you're going to have to decide in the moment of that parabolic move, when do I get out and when do I start taking profits and all those kind of things. The other ones, they're just going to grow perpetually. That's the difference. Okay? And that, listen, maybe Shiba just continues to grow and it becomes a really good coin, and it kind of, sheds its meme stuff, because it does have technology. Unlike a bunch of these other meme coins that have no technology, no usage, nothing, Shiba does have usage. They are creating a community. They are doing something. But I'm just telling you that if you're new to crypto and you want to make it easy for you, nothing's easy, and nothing is safe, but this is what I would do. I'm not a financial advisor, but I would put it in some of the ones that I just told you: a little Bitcoin, a little Ethereum, a little Matic, a little Cardano, and then I just let it sit there. That's it. Just let it sit there, and don't worry about it. Don't touch it. Let it grow, and it'll definitely grow. Guaranteed, it'll grow. I can bet your life on it that it will grow. That's what I know it would do for me. But it's up to you. Just understand, when you're doing with the meme coins, you are taking a gamble. You're not making an investment. You're making a gamble. So be very alert and be on top of it, so you can take advantage of the moment when it does skyrocket in value. Odell and Watson could get condos together to get their groove on with massages. That might be a 1-2 punch right there. You could be right, sir. Big O question. Do you believe the entire receiving group needs to change? They are leading the league in drops, have been inconsistent for the last 5 to 6 years. Would a new group of receivers help the offense? Yes and no. Okay. It doesn't matter what receiver you have here as long as you have this coaching staff. But yes, you do have to change receivers. You can't bring back Devontae Parker and Will Fuller and Preston Williams and Albert Wilson. Get those guys the hell out of here. Okay? Jalen Waddle, Mac Hollins. Give me the kid on the practice squad that they still haven't given him enough. What's his name? God, somebody help me out. I'm brain farting now with the kid. You know who I'm talking about. I like him, man. Just give him a shot to develop it. Those guys, Kirk Merritt. Thank you, Kirk Merritt. Those guys still are going to be screwed as long as you have these coaches. These coaches will not help anybody, and that's the problem. You got a terrible, terrible, terrible coaching staff. And ultimately, the Miami Dolphins are going nowhere with this loser coaching staff that they have. Okay? Until we have to wait till these guys actually develop before they can develop the talent. Meanwhile, you're losing out on playing time, games, years, and salary of players. Damon Bickford says, where is Big O going to be Sunday? From Maine to watch the Dolphins. Oh, here from Maine to watch the Dolphins. Well, you know where I'm going to be Sunday. I'll be at Sports Grill on Bird Road. So come on out. Get on a plane from Maine and then take the train and come on over to Sports Grill. I couldn't rhyme the rest. I'm sorry. Jason Girard says, crypto is dead. There you go. The ignorant show up. The ones that know nothing about crypto, completely intimidated, So, it's dead. Yeah, no, the internet will never work. No, planes. Oh, come on. Cell phones. Come on. No, yeah. Email. There's Jason Girard, baby. Get off my lawn. Is Tua hopping into the tub with his always hurt receivers? I don't know. You're going to have to ask him. I'm not sure what the tub routine is there, my man. Let's see. Ashley says, big old question. No, let me see. I know it's too soon, but if Miami loses the rest of their games this year, Flo and Greer got to go out, right? Do you feel that Marvin Allen was a safety net and would be a logical choice? How can he be a safety net, Gus, if he's the guy that hired him? Greer brought him on. It's not like somebody else brought him on. That's what's called a safety net. If somebody hires somebody else to back you up just to be there, yes. But Reggie McKenzie and Marvin Allen are both guys that are qualified. I'm telling you this, okay? If nothing happens at the end of the year that tells me that Stephen Ross had a lot to do with the draft and Watson. And I'm talking about Tua and Watson. Because it's too hard to think that all of this going wrong and they're not going to make any single changes. And if they don't, then that, smells funny, is what I'm saying. It's just weird. It really is. I mean, really, the changes you've got to make, you really should let go of Flo and the staff and go get a new coach. I mean, seriously. Get a coach that can actually get a coaching staff. Because if Flo can't get a coaching staff next year, if I hear that this is the same coaching staff for next year, then we're done. And we're done as a team again next year, I'm saying. Plus his connection with the Chiefs and Eric Bieniemy, which is preferred choice by Deshaun Watson based on his pushing of Houston ownership to interview him earlier this year, which prompted Watson. Well, we'll see, my man. We will see. I don't know what's going to happen, to be honest with you. I can't figure out this franchise anymore. And there's so much that goes on under Stephen Ross that looks like it's, completely out of control and out of touch that I don't know what to think anymore. It's frustrating. It really is. Tua and the Miami blame the Finns are the reason Tua is struggling. He has no help. All the interceptions he throws is Flores' fault, not his. No, he's got to take blame for his interceptions. Some of them were bad decisions on his part. When you're getting sacked, just get sacked. Don't throw it away. All right, look, I can pick on Flo for a lot of things, and I can defend Tua for a lot of things. There are some of those interceptions you cannot defend. Those were bad decisions on his part. And you can't blame the bad decision on your environment. You have to make a decision there, and you have to make a good one. That's your job as a quarterback. So I'm not giving Tua a free pass on some of his bad decisions. That's not right either. Mike Dizzle, thank you, sir. A little love on the super chat. Says, bring back Dennis Hickey. That guy got a raw deal. Oh, yeah, no doubt he did. Fire Cam Flo and Greer. Let him pick his own damn coaching staff. He picked Jawan James and signed Brandon Albert. Last time our O-line was decent. Let's see. Damon Bickford says, thanks, Big O. You're awesome. Love the show. Thank you, sir. Antoine Owen says, why are you giving Chris Greer a pass, Big O? He's had 3 years. Fire sale. Everyone must go. Hey, guys, it's opinions. That's it. You want to fire Chris Greer? I don't. That's all. I what I would like is Chris Greer to fire Brian Flores. That's what I would like, to be honest. But I get it, man. He hired Brian Flores, so he's going to get, burned on this. So I totally understand that. And I understand any of you out there that want a clean house, man. Remember, have I told any of you out there when you say fire Chris Greer, have I told you you're wrong? No, not one of you. I have never said, when I think you're wrong, when I say it, I think I've been pretty honest on this show. I think I will tell, even if you send me a super chat and you're wrong, I'll tell you you're wrong, right? Just because you send me a super chat doesn't mean I'm gonna agree with whatever you say, right? I've done that. So if I think you're wrong because I think I'm right, I'll tell you. But we're all kind of going on a feel for what the hell is going on. And I get it. I can't argue with any of you out there on this. If you want a clean house and fire everybody and you want Ross gone too, totally understand. If you want Ross to pass on the team to the next guy that's already in place, totally understand. We all feel differently about this. We all have different opinions about this. I don't feel all these players are terrible. Apparently, those of you that want to fire Chris Greer, you're convinced that all the players are terrible. That's what you're saying. You're saying you got to fire. If you say you got to fire Chris Greer and Brian Flores, then you also want to get rid of all the young players that are on this team. Right? And you're saying, or at least you're saying a majority of these young players, 70, 80% of them are no good. That's what you're saying. I'm not saying that. I don't believe that's the problem. I believe we have a lot of good young players on this team. The problem is you have no coaches at all to help develop them, to make them better fundamentally, technically, to make them more intelligent out on the field, to make them gain an advantage when they take the field. I could end up being right, and I could end up being wrong. Time will answer all of this. Pretty simple. But notice, every time you guys say, any of you say, fire Chris Greer, I never say anything about it. I never tell you, oh, you're way off. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Because at this point, when nothing is working, I understand if you want to clean house and fire everyone. You are clearly entitled to that kind of an opinion. Why? Because you could be right. Now, who replaces these people, and are we even better off? Who knows? That's the worst part about it, to be honest with you. From the rookies we got in the draft, Big O, who you like the most, and who do you think you can build long term? I gotta see them play under real good coaching, actually, so I can really get a good feel for them. But let me go through the roster, and I'll give you at least an idea of guys. You know who I'd like to look. I'll just tell you who I'd like to move forward with. I'd like to move forward with Jalen Waddle. I'd like to move forward with Matt Collins. And that's it at the wide receiving core. I want you to get rid of everyone else. At left tackle, I don't mind moving on with Austin Jackson, seeing if you can get him at guard over the next year or two and see if he can develop. If not, you can get rid of him. Liam Eichenberg, I definitely want to move on with him. I want to move on with Solomon Kinley. I want to move on with Robert Hunt, Robert Jones, and I like Jesse Davis as my sixth man. I will make sure that in the offseason, I will get 5 linemen, and Jesse will be my sixth guy ready to fill in. I'm definitely ready to move on with Mike Gesicki, and I got to move on with Hunter Long because, I need to see what he has. I haven't seen anything. I like what I saw from Sethan Carter, and Durham Smythe is a solid blocker. You can get rid of Adam Shaheen. He's often injured, and he drops a lot of passes, so I'm good with getting rid of Adam Shaheen. I'm more than happy to move on with Tua Tagovailoa. I'm more than happy to move on with Myles Gaskins and Salvon Ahmed. You can keep Patrick Laird. He only does one thing, and that's catch the ball out of the backfield. I can get somebody better. For that, I can find a special teamer that maybe is a returner and a pass catcher in the draft. On the D-line, I want to move forward with Christian Wilkins, with Zach Seiler, Raekwon Davis, Emmanuel Ogbah. I would give him another 1-year deal is what I would do because he's not really producing, but maybe it's not his fault. Maybe it's more about the defensive coordinators and all that. But if he doesn't want to sign a short-term deal, then I'd move on from him. I definitely want to move forward with Jerome Baker. I don't mind Sam Agwavon as a backup linebacker. I don't mind Landon Roberts as a backup linebacker. I like Andrew Van Ginkel. I don't know what the hell happened to him. I know nothing about Jalen Phillips, but I want to move on with him and see if real coaching can get it out of him. Justin Coleman, please cut him. Eric Rowe can cover some tight ends. That'll help out. Brandon Jones, still haven't seen enough, but there are moments that I do like some things about him. I definitely want to move forward with Javon Holland. Trade away Xavier Howard. Trade away Byron Jones if I can. I definitely want to move forward with Nick Needham. I want to move forward with Noah Igbenogany because I have no idea what he is. And if I can get a good coach like Mel Phillips to coach him up and then give him a chance, and if he fails, then I know he's no good and I can move on. But I am not going to assess most players with this coaching staff. The punter, I have not liked what I've seen from the punter. We downgraded from there, although he's starting to punt a little better. Jason Sanders, you saw it lately. He hasn't been doing well. Well, that's, I think, more coaching than anything else, not Jason Sanders. This is my problem with this situation. These coaches F everything up, dude. So there's plenty of these guys that I want to move forward with, but as I tell you, I need a real coaching staff. You see what I'm saying? I need Norv Turner or Chan Gailey coaching the offense. I need a good offensive line coach, a Monty Clark or somebody, but I need somebody, a really good O-line coach. That way I can assess everything going on. I want a quarterbacks coach, somebody that really understands the position, and an offensive coordinator that, like I mentioned, that really can put this team in positions to win. I want a D-line coach like Casey Rogers. I want a defensive coordinator like you name it, man. Todd Bowles, Bill Arnsbarger. I need something good, dude. Get me something established. Get me a D-line coach that can teach Jalen Phillips leverage, hand use, all these kind of things, every trick in the book. Make him better. I need all of this. If I don't get this, I don't know what the hell you have. And then you know what happens? You end up cutting them, whatever, and then they end up going out and helping other teams, succeed. And then you're sitting there going, what the F is going on here? Because that's what's going to happen here. I'm telling you, there is no way everybody sucks. Now, what the reality is, everyone on the coaching staff sucks. That's the reality. And when you have crappy coaching, you got no shot, dude. Sorry, I don't care who you are. Adriel Heat says, good morning, Big O. I understand the 2 point on the coaches. However, I don't believe they're going to get rid of Coach Flo this year. Being that the case, what could Coach Flo do to change your mind? Win, bro. Develop players. Show me discipline like you did the first 2 years. Don't make mistakes. Stay away from the penalties. Start the stuff that I would say, damn, there's some Shula characteristics to this guy. Get back to that. That's what I need. Go get a staff, man. Humble yourself. Go find experienced coaches that know more than you do about all these other positions, and let them do their job and get the hell out of the way. Delegate. Shula was the man, but he also delegated. He didn't get in the way of Mike Westhoff, and he wasn't getting in the way of Bill Arnsbarger, wasn't getting in the way of Monty Clark, and he wasn't getting in the way of Mel Phillips. He didn't have to get in the way of those guys because they're great coaches. That's the idea. You hire great people around you. That's what great coaches do. All the great coaches had really good assistants. They let them do everything, and then they can make the big decisions. The 4th down, go for it in the midfield, go for it at the end of a game. It's a 2-point conversion, this trade, bench that guy, start this guy. Big-ass decisions. That's what the coach is there for. The coach is not there to micromanage every other position on the team. And if Flo thinks he can micromanage every position on the team, dude, he is so wrong. And 1-7 shows you. That's what's going on here. And listen, having said all that, I've noticed more and more people have come to the side of coaching. Now they're still blaming Chris Greer, and they still don't like Tua, and they think he's not the guy, and all that. All that is still out there. But I'm noticing that more and more people, and even people around the league, are saying, no, this coaching staff is pretty bad. Because they're pointing out how unprepared they constantly are in every phase of the game. And that only falls on one group of people. It's the coaches. When you're constantly good and you're constantly smart and you're constantly not hurting yourself in different spots, that's not because you happen to sign all the right players and by self-discipline they're going to do it. Get the hell out of here, dude. Okay? When you're constantly good year in and year out, it's because you have a coach that's constantly keeping you in that position. It's look, the Patriots might be like last year. They might be bad and they didn't win a lot of games, but it wasn't because they were an utter disaster and they were poorly coached and they didn't know what position they were. They just weren't good enough. So they got beat because the opponent was better, but it wasn't because Belichick's team was unprepared. That's the difference. These guys are losing because they're constantly unprepared. They're constantly getting out coached. They're constantly out of place. They're constantly committing penalties. They're constantly committing mistakes. And when you do that, it's because you're poorly coached. And all I got to do is tell you this. Spo goes 31-10 with scrubs, and Shula with a scab team has a hell of a record and is I think he was either the least or top 2 or 3 least penalized team with scabs. That's when I know you're a great coach. When you can coach anything better. When Bub Phillips is saying he can coach his'n and beat your'n, and he can coach your'n and beat his'n. I don't know if I said it right, but you know what I mean. Okay? We'll see. Time will answer it all. Maybe those of you that are against, the whole Greer and Flow thing, you might be right. Maybe those of us that think it's just Flow, we might be right. Maybe those of us that believe in Tua, we might be right. Maybe those of you that don't believe in Tua, you might be right. Like I said, I think I said this on Monday. The worst part about all of this, it's not so much the losing, it's that it pits us against each other. And we end up in this stupid ass argument about what's wrong when what's wrong has been wrong for over 20 years now. And sometimes it's coaching and sometimes it's ownership and sometimes it's players and sometimes it's this and sometimes it's that. All I know is we end up getting the short end of the stick. Okay? Players still make their money. Owners still making their money. Coaches are still making their money. Okay, they're not having success and they're not winning, but they're all making money. We're all losing money. You ever notice that? We're all losing money. Every one of us. We lose it with the NFL ticket. We lose it with shirts, with hats, with jerseys, with seats, with suites, with parking passes, with food, everything. Emotions. We're the ones that really invest everything. We're the ones that really lose because, X can lose, but he's got his $20 million in the bank. So he doesn't give a rat's ass. He's still going to go home. He still wins. Right? And that's the difference. Will Fuller and his little injured self and his little broken finger and all that, he's still getting his 10 mil. How about you? You getting back your money for your season tickets? No. Can you sell your tickets? No. That's the worst part about all this shit, is that it pits us against each other. And we're trying to fight and argue about what the hell is wrong. You know what the hell is wrong? The entire franchise is wrong. You know who's awesome? You. Every one of you out there. You guys are the real winners. But we're the ones that actually end up losing. Actually. Okay? Well, we win because we're loyal. We love our team. But we end up losing all the money. We end up losing all our minds. But you guys are the real winners. While this team's been a bunch of losers for 20 years, the fans are the only real winners in the Dolphin Nation. Damn straight. We're the only ones. But I hate that we end up just pitted against each other trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Radically says, Big O, do you know if the front office got raises after 2019 and 20 seasons, the Dolphins didn't give the deserving coaching staff raises, cut deserving players too? I don't know, man. That's not going to make me feel any better or any worse, my man. I don't really care about that. I just want a good team, and I'm not getting one. When you see a bad movie, you lost money. Yeah, we did. Yeah, and we're watching one every week called the Miami Dolphins. It's sad. I think we've all reached a boiling point with this organization. After this season, we usually know about how good or bad we'll be year to year. None of us saw this season coming. Nope. Big O, why a change of heart on Gesicki? I agree he can break tackles and is a terrible blocker. He's also insubordinate, in my opinion, acting out of line on the field last game. He was trying to help out his team, dude. He's trying to set people up. Where did I change my heart on Gesicki? I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about. I never said Gesicki. You're mistaking me for Omar, dude. I've never been an anti-Gesicki guy. I defended Gesicki after his first year. Okay? Takes a lot of balls to defend him when there were a lot of people calling him a bust. And I'm like, wait a minute, it's his first year. Relax. Give the kid a chance. You know how many people gave up on him? So I'm not sure what you're saying, but I never had a change of heart on Gesicki. I never wanted Gesicki gone. I've never said that. In fact, I've always been encouraging of signing Gesicki and hopefully developing Hunter Long, and hopefully he shows what he flashed over in Boston, and that way you have a 2 tight end attack. I've talked about that endlessly on the show. So I'm not sure what you're saying, C. Dola. I think a lot of people would remember that I've always been a Gesicki guy. There's no change here. I don't need him to block. I don't care about him to block. And he wasn't insubordinate. He was smart, C. Dola. He was the one that had the brains and knew what was going to happen before it happened, and he was trying to fix it. And then guess what? It still happened. So you got that wrong too, dude. If you call that insubordinate, I call that a leader. That's what I call. That's a leader. First time I agree with you, Big O. Yes, I am awesome. There you are. Yes, you are, Scummy. You are awesome. Let's see what else. Jose O says, advise to Ross, keep Camflo and Clown Greer for next year and watch the whole fan base not spend a dime for this team. What I watched yesterday in Greer is a total embarrassment for this organization. Do you know what you watched yesterday, Jose? You watched the guy that went out there because he had to shut down the non-disclosure agreement. That's all that was yesterday. They didn't really want to address Tua and all that other stuff. They were stuck doing that. Normally, you don't hear from the GM till the end of the year. So that yesterday was a call from above, and the owner telling him, yeah, Chris, you need to go out there and make sure you tell them that we had nothing to do with the non-disclosure agreements. So that's what that all was, to save face in that, because that was going to be a terrible look for them. Vaughn954 says we need to stop fighting each other and arguing daily. We can disagree on players and what not, but we should be mad at this organization and the front office specifically. That's true. Shouldn't be arguing amongst each other, and because it's in the end, we're not solving squat. Big old problem is Ross. He screwed up Harbaugh move, and now Watson move. Tua's insulted now and wants out. I told you it's a snake den. You don't listen. Thank God the Harbaugh thing didn't work, because he is terrible. Why is it Omar an anti-Gesicki guy? Oh, because he can't block. You just said he was okay moving on. No, I said I want to move on with Gesicki, dude. See, Dola, you got hard hearing? I said I want to move on with Gesicki. Gesicki, Hunter Long. I don't mind moving on with Smythe because he's a blocker, and I like what I saw from Seathan. I think they're fine at tight end. I don't think you need to add anything or lose anything. Well, yeah, Shaheen. You can lose Shaheen. He's too injury prone and drops too many balls. Gesicki would be a Pro Bowl tight end on the Buccaneers or the Packers. I'm with you, dude. He with a real system. Oh my God, he would be awesome. Yes, I agree with that. Wayne Cox says, "Let us wait until the season is over before we decide on a reset. 9 games to play. Watson drama's over. Now let's see what happens." How about that? Somebody with patience. I heard Ross made more money each year since owning the team. How is that possible with all the losing? It's called TV money, Karen. What's wrong with you? You think tickets are important to the bottom line? Do you think the seats you guys buy are that's peanuts. That's you know what that is? That's for those of us that are not smokers. And which I don't know, how would you smoke in your car? God, that would be like so smelly. But anyway, you know how we use our ashtray for like coins? Well, those of us that don't smoke cigarettes and stuff. Well, right there. Although some cars nowadays have a coin area too, but you know, over the years we've used like the ashtray for coins, right? It's nice and brand new. There's nothing in it, by the way. Don't get gross on me. Those of us that don't smoke, the ashtray is beautiful. It's nice and new. You just throw your coins in there, right? You know what I'm saying? So oh Lordy, I tell you, man. That's nothing. Seats are like garbage. It's TV money, it's suites, it's advertising, it's all those kind of things, streaming, everything that they make so much more money in all the other areas. That's why sometimes the fans feel like, well, we buy the tickets and this and that. They have set it up in a way where the tickets aren't really the driving force in income. That it's kind of like icing on the cake. That's what seats are. Icing on the cake. $1 million, $2 million. That's nothing. 75 million from a TV contract, 100 million. That's something. You know, that's the difference, ladies and gentlemen. So this whole thing about, you know, if you think the seats are that important, the seats really aren't that important anymore. The TV money is so ridiculous that's what makes their entire everything. It's like the ACC. Think about that. Do you think the Hurricanes can live off of tickets sold? Oh, man. They live off the ACC TV check. That check is what pays their entire athletic program. The seats, that money, that's a little extra money to help out for a little travel or something. But what really is going to pay, you know, what's going to put the food on the table, it's the TV deals for the ACC. That's what pays the rent, as they say. So don't think that your seats carry any juice whatsoever. It carries no juice. You guys can have a 25% filled stadium, and these remember the Marlins? That is the best example right there. They would lose and they would make plenty of money because they'd also get the tax money too. They were like one of the more profitable teams because they lost. That's how much money there's floating around there. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Seats don't mean anything. So don't ever think that ever again. I can sell them for below face value rather than do that, than go to another game and watch this garbage. Hey, man, I understand. I understand you're frustrated. You're pissed. You spent a lot of money on your tickets. I get it, man. You're shaky as a slot receiver, Paul says, and that's where they need to plan. They don't play these guys in the right positions. You're shaky as a slot receiver. You don't like Waddle as a slot receiver? The problem is they just don't design good plays. That's their problem. Football's the ultimate team sport with one caveat. You have to have a QB1. Coaches look better, GM looks better, but we have the curse of Marino. Exactly. That's what it is. That's what it is. Tua is useless. It's part of the curse of Marino. I love how fired up Mike gets. Wish I see more of our players like that. He cares. I'm with you, dude, right? I like Mike Gesicki. He has grown on me. And I was I wanted the guy from Philadelphia. Damn it, that he got punched out in a bar. What's his name? Ah, God, I forgot. But I gotta say, Tua has turned into a heck. I mean, Gesicki has turned into a heck of a player. I like what he's doing, man. I don't know what she's teaching. She's kitchen fake Audi, takes everything perfect. What is he doing there? She's doing something there. What the hell is that? What does that have to do with anything we were talking about? Did I say anything that has to do with something like that? Am I a little off here? What the hell we're talking about there? Boston Finns fan says, I'm going to just take it game by game and just root play by play, regardless of the outcome. I just want to see good offensive play. It's not our time yet, but doesn't mean we can't spoil others' fun. You know, I liked your statement early on because I'm with you on that. Look, I'm going to watch the Dolphins no matter what. How good they are, how bad they are. I'm going to watch the Dolphins. That's not going to stop me ever from watching the Dolphins. I'm as committed as they get. But spoiling the season for somebody else or what, that does really nothing for me. You know, it just doesn't do that much for me at this point. We're so bad. Now, I'll say this to contradict it a little bit. I did enjoy 2 years ago when you ended the season, but that's because it meant something to finish the season 5-4 in those last 9 games, to continue the improvement. And then the caveat, see, not the sole thing of it, but the caveat was you improved. You ended up 5-4 and you knocked out the Patriots on the road in a game they desperately needed. So that part to me was kind of fun because it was a nice litmus test for the team at that moment that they were playing a veteran team that needed the game badly, and this young team with a whole bunch of guys off practice squads go into Foxborough and win. That was a great story. I loved it, actually. It was, you know, somebody said the other day at Sports Grill, I forgot who it was that told me that they enjoyed 2019 more than this. And they're right. They're right. Because after 0-7, it was a lot of fun, man. I really enjoyed that season. And then you follow it up with the 10-6 and you feel like, okay, we're building something real here. And now we take 80 for like, yeah, we weren't building anything anymore now. So, as a former high school tight end named Mike with Rosendo says, maybe you were right, Big O. The Dolphins' curse last season was going 10-6. Who knows? Dallas Garter. Thank you, Flo Gotta Go. That's the guy I was thinking of. Dallas Garter. Miami Mike says, that's called gibberish, Big O. Well, thank you, Miami Mike. Gibberish is what I'm full of. Ross needs to call Jim Caldwell ASAP. He's got some personal issues, dude. I don't think he's there to coach. He's doing I think he's doing some what's that called? Damn it. Oh man, what's the name of that? When you're a consultant, that's what he's doing. He's doing consulting. He's not doing coaching. He's not into the everyday thing. Obviously, there's something there that it doesn't allow him to be an everyday guy. So that's out of the question. So we can stop with the Jim Caldwells and the Bill Polians and the Bill Cowers and the Mike Holmgrens and all these silly ass names that we bring up. Stop already, okay? And in the end, you're bringing up names for no reason at all. Until they actually make a change, there's no reason to talk about names. Because look what we had to do with this whole Watson bull crap. All right? For half a year now, I've been telling you there's no shot they resolve any of this season. And yet, I was forced to talk about it because there were all these silly-ass reports. Oh, no, it's close. It's imminent. Oh, no, they could do it before the season started. They could come to an agreement on all the cases. Same old crap. So I'm not going to start talking about coaches and general managers and all that stuff that you guys want to replace when we don't even know if they need to be replaced. Because if they don't let go of anybody, there's no reason for us to talk about that stuff. And something tells me they're probably not going to let go of anybody anyway, because that's what Ross normally does. All right, let's take a break. Hour number 3 is next.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, a.k.a. the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Fly Pablo in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show on the radio, the top's where we gonna go. Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, we go. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727, or online at adreamlending.com. The viewpoints, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Welcome back. Hour number 3 of the program, man. Hope you all are doing well. Hope you're hanging in there and having some fun. I know it's been rough as we talk about the Miami Dolphins. But, hey, man, listen, you got the heat tonight. I don't know how many of you are like me, that you're like, I'm a pure hometown fan. You know, Heat are my team. The Panthers are my team. The Canes are my team. The Marlins are my team. The Dolphins, Inter Miami, Miami FC, you name it, all the local pro teams, man. I'm a fan, all right? Him or she, I'm a fan, all right? So I root for FIU. I root for FAU. I'm as Miami as it gets, as they say. So interesting how we have this nice cycle going on now. And while we are suffering with the Dolphins, suffering with the Canes, although I will say this, the last 2 weeks, again, not that Manny's the answer, not that the season has been saved or anything, but I like winning over losing. All right. I like to see a team that's actually playing better football or better basketball than poor basketball. You know what I'm saying? So I'm very happy with what the Canes have done the last 2 weeks. Pleasantly surprised to win 2 games against 2 ranked teams. Now, let me ask you something, because it's kind of been crickets lately. How come some of you out there no longer are talking about Justin Herbert anymore? Just saying. What's going on? I know he's God, right? I mean, he's already an elite quarterback and all that. So last 2 weeks, 2 losses, right? Against Baltimore, 34-6, threw for 195 yards, 56% completion percentage, 1 touchdown and 1 interception. QB rating of 67. Then the following week, last week against New England, 18 of 35, 223, 51% completion percentage, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, 66 quarterback rating. I'm just wondering, what happened? And, somebody was telling you, hey, let's let the season develop and let's watch him against better teams and better defenses. And let's see what he does, because clearly win against Kansas City wasn't really as impressive because we are all learning that Kansas City really isn't that good anymore, until they somehow figure it out. But right now, they're not a very good football team. And not that New England's very good, but their defense is pretty good. Not that Baltimore is the second coming, but they got a decent defense overall. So I'm just wondering with the struggles as of late. 3 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, not playing anything out of this world. Young quarterback, of course. Let time pass, and we'll get a good assessment of what Mac Jones is, of what Justin is, of what Tua is. All of these cats, man. Remember, RG3 tore up the league one year and then disappeared. It happens. Anderson came on for 1 year for the Browns, ended up getting a contract, and then never showed up again. Matt Flynn had a couple of games for Green Bay, and there were fans all over from different teams trade for Matt Flynn, including some of our Dolphins. And they fell for the banana in the tailpipe. And I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen to Justin, that what you saw was kind of flukish and that they'll figure him out. And now I don't know. But what I do know is you don't pass any assessment on anybody early on in their careers. Give them a few years before you can figure out who they are. Because then sometimes, Jared Goff will look good if he's got a monster team around him and that can assist him and make him look better. But eventually, Jared Goff got exposed for what he is. Yeah, he's super talented, but he's really not a great quarterback. So we got to, slow the roll. Let's let it all develop. But it's interesting how the last couple of weeks, the Herbert Nation has shut the hell up and stopped bragging about him because you can't brag about him because he's starting to look like a young quarterback that is going to have his ups and downs. But it's funny. All those Herbert people, they're not bragging anymore. They're not talking anymore. They see the bad stats and they hide like that meme of Homer disappearing into the bushes. That's what the Herbert Nation is doing now. We'll see how it continues. That's the question. Herbert's going to be all right, but his stands are definitely swallowing large doses of copium lately. Or you mean fans? Okay, yes. Curtis Johnson says Herbert's too big and strong and fast and smart to be a Dolphin. Maybe. Herbert will look like a shell if he had the Oh, no, yeah. Herbert would look terrible here. He would be getting killed here. And we would call him a bust. Let's see. Herbert has shown massive potential to succeed in this league, so I give him a pass having bad games while our serviceable QB has not proven anything at all. Yeah, well, the serviceable QB doesn't have that receiving core, doesn't have his line, and doesn't have his running game either. You know what I mean? Or his coaching staff. Obviously, they have a much better coaching staff, too. They have a much better offensive coaching staff. Who is their offensive coordinator, by the way, in the Rams? Who is their offensive coordinator? Let me see who it is, because I am at the moment brain farting on it. I don't remember who their offensive coordinator. Oh, Joe Lombardi, dude. yeah. Joe Lombardi's just a little better than the garbage we have there. Who is their quarterbacks coach? Who's the Chargers quarterbacks coach? That I do not know. Shane Day. Chargers QB coach Shane Day. Let's see. I don't know who Shane Day is. I'm trying to see if one of the underrated parts of Day is how he was able to work with Jimmy Garoppolo during his time in San Francisco from 19 to 20. Jimmy G was able to play at a high level and even make it to the Super Bowl against Kansas City. Day now has a chance to work with Herbert. He mentioned that since being hired that he has been on the phone in meetings and FaceTime with Herbert during OTAs, minicamp, and got to work with him in person. So there you go. So he was able to work. He was the QB coach as they made it to the Super Bowl. Do we have a QB coach like that? Man, it helps. God, it helps. It helps so much to have real coaching. Holy crap. Oh, God, it hurts. It hurts so much. Rookies are on their own when they get into camp. You can't take rookie coaches and turn them into teachers and mentors in this league. They won't develop raw talent into top-notch players. Well, that's what we're seeing. You know? Big O, rookie QBs need 3 years of playing time to get proper evaluation, which will never happen in the modern NFL. Well, it better, because that's the real life. That's the way it is. It does take you a few years to develop. Most quarterbacks don't start right from the get-go and they're great. So a lot of them have to kind of develop and get better along the way. You know, Baker started off well and then had a crappy second year and then had to bounce back. So that's how it goes. It hasn't been smooth sailing for Daniel Jones, and he's gotten better, actually. I got to give him credit, because I didn't have a lot of belief in Daniel Jones, but he's actually gotten better. And he didn't start off well. But at least, to the Giants' credit, they've stuck with the kid and given an opportunity to find out whether he can play or not. But plenty of quarterbacks take a little time to develop. That's just normal, man. You know what I mean? This idea that you're going to get a guy and immediately get results, it's nice, but it's just not the norm. That's just not the way it should be. Heat and Celtics tonight, by the way. Good thing is, not a lot of injuries. Not anything to really worry about going into this game tonight. So that's a good thing, because, man, this team so far, I know Kyle twisted up the ankle, but he was able to come back right away. And I really love what I'm seeing from this team. This is a fun team to watch. All right. When I watch this Heat team, it's a pleasure to watch the effort on both sides of the court. And it's something that we haven't had here in a couple of years, because I can't say that the teams of the last couple of years, or even those disastrous teams full of journeymen, they weren't a great defensive unit either. And so over several years now, we haven't really been treated to real Heat basketball. The stuff that Pat Riley established and Eric Spoelstra has continued over the years, we have not been able to see that this year. Wow. It's awesome to watch. It's awesome to watch the way guys are rotating, the way the guys are flying at other guys, how they're challenging or trying to challenge every single shot that's out there. That's been really, really cool to see, because I know some people will tell me, and I've seen even the comments that, oh, man, I'm surprised that the offense has clicked. So I'm not. I'm not nearly as surprised with the offense, because the IQ is super high. When Lowry takes over, you're talking about a Hall of Fame guard. Talk about a guy that's been in the league and done everything and knows everything. And then you talk about, Jimmy Butler and Bam Adebayo. These are high IQ players. So I wasn't the offensive side of it, not surprised one bit, actually. If they were young and inexperienced and not a lot, then I would be surprised. But because there's so much experience, now defensively, ladies and gentlemen, that's the part I'm impressed with, because they're in sync in the way they've got to switch. And because this league is so multiple, and because you find yourself defending so many different players in a game, that you've got to actually have great chemistry on defense. And to me, that's what I've been most impressed with the Miami Heat. is the way that they've been able to actually adjust defensively. And tonight against the Celtics, I don't think they have a lot of serious injuries going into this game. Werda, I'm sorry, Werda, no Werda. What's it called?
Could you try again?
Why does she always do this? But anyway, Celtics don't have anything real serious going into this game. Miami, Oladipo really is the only one that's sidelined with the knee. And I saw Ira today, obviously in the Palo City Inside the Paint show, talking about, can Oladipo fit in with what they do and, and play this kind of game? I think Depot fits perfectly into this game. And it's pretty cool to see that Depot is totally into what's going on. And he loves to see, and I love this also, by the way. He's loving what he's seeing from his teammates. And I'm loving this also, that the team is not dependent on his return. And what I mean by that is, they're struggling in the off guard area. They need a 2-guard to help out and create. They're struggling to score. Man, they really need Depot to get healthy and come through. Is that the case? No. We're just hoping Depot gets healthy so you can add another weapon to what looks like a pretty damn good team. Right? I love that, because the whole Tua thing, when we're watching Brissett and Tua's injured, it's almost like, okay, Tua's coming back and he's going to be our savior. There were some people looking at, and that was unfair, because one, he's still too young to be a savior. The team's so crappy that it's really hard for him to save. Again, making chicken salad out of chicken, you know what? You can't do that. But in this case, you're not asking Depot to be your savior. You're asking Depot to complement what's already happening and making this team way better. And in the end, you and I know, as Ira has pointed this out for several months now on Inside the Paint, and of course, the Accra Pembroke Pines Miami Heat reports, but at Palo Rock City Inside the Paint show, he's mentioned them many times. Backup point guard is the problem. So that's the question now. And because Miami is going to be so good, barring injury, of course, and hopefully they get Depot back, there's going to be somebody that's going to get bought out. There's going to be a veteran that's going to become available. And I don't know if it's John Wall or somebody else, but there's going to be a point guard somewhere that's going to fall through the cracks. And that point guard's going to look at Miami and go, oh, yeah, I'm going there. That team's built, set to go. All I got to do is go there and back up Lowry. And I got a shot at a ring. I know I said that. I know I said that. Because I'm starting to believe that they got a shot at the ring. I'm really starting to believe that. They got a shot. The way they play defense, hardcore, wow. You get a healthy Depot onto what you already have, and you somehow or another land a point guard somewhere. And I agree with the guys and the Palo Rock City Inside the Paint show. And they said it today, that if you're that close, then you've got to do whatever you can to go over the cap. I agree. If you're Mickey Harrison, you've got to go over the cap. You've got the kind of defensive unit that can go out there and challenge for a title in today's game, because you have the offense to score, but now you have the defense to get some stops. And let me tell you, in a league where there aren't a lot of really good defensive units, this is a pretty good advantage to have if you're the Miami Heat. All right, remember, 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the text line, let me read some of your texts that are coming in. 855-912-1056. The Yahoo email is bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. The YouTube, of course, right here on the YouTube chat board. Please smash the hell out of the like button. It is so important that you smash the hell out of that like button, man. Very important. Whether you're listening to the podcast, whether you're watching on YouTube, please smash the like button. That gets the algorithms going. Very important. And Twitter, Big O Show. Remember, you can make a donation to the show, Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. That's Cash Big O Show to make a donation to the program. Daniel Grafton says, this is peak Miami Heat, or do you think there's another level? Oh, no, there's another level. There's another level, dude, for sure. Duncan Robinson isn't playing his best yet. He's not really shooting the way he needs to shoot. He had fouled out, actually, the other night. I actually bet the over 12.5 for him for the game. I had that one on the app, and it didn't hit. So no, this team has not hit its peak yet, my man. No. This is only November. This team can play harder. There's no doubt. And if you get an Oladipo back and he's healthy, then you take the team to another level. And if you find yourself a point guard that can help out, then all of a sudden you're at a championship level. So no, there's more, Daniel. I truly believe that with this Heat team. Oh, have you changed your tune about Lowry being too old? I was like you before the season. No. I didn't say Lowry was too old. I said that the contract's too long for an older player. Yes, I am still worried about that contract down the line. But this year, this first year, I'm not that worried about this team because they're healthy right now. Let's see how everything goes. I like their chances this year, but as the contract goes, I think it might get a little ugly. So Butler's contract, I think, is also incredibly ugly too down the line. I don't think Lowry or Butler hold up that much down the line, but I get what they're doing, man. They got a real shot this year, maybe one more year with those guys before they're really done. Remember, PJ Tucker's like 36 or 37. You know, how much more you're going to get out of him, and how you don't get a lot of those 3-and-D guys. Those guys are hard to find, man. Those guys that love to play defense and rebound, and then they'll hit an occasional three. They don't want to hog it. They just want to hit a couple. Hard to find. Hard to find that kind of commitment to defense nowadays. So I am still not a fan of the contract long-term, but as time has gone on, I understand what Riley's doing. He had no shot at young guys. He had no way of acquiring them. So this is the only way, and this is their only shot, and veterans win in the playoffs. So I get it. I completely understand what they're doing. Because let's put it this way. Let's say Lowry's third year of this deal is a bad deal because he's kind of broken down. But if you had a shot at a title in the first year or two, and let's say you even won it, who cares how that contract ends? And if you're able to win a title with this bunch in the next year or two with Jimmy, okay, so the back end of the deal sucks. Who cares? You'll deal with it. You got a title out of it. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's kind of the thinking. Okay, look, we can't get Bradley Beal, so we're not going to get any of these young guys that may become available. So we don't have the currency to trade for them. All right, what's the next best thing that we can do? All right, let's go get Kyle Lowry. Let's get a veteran. Let's get guys that been there and done it, and let's just go with an older team. And let's do our best. The Lakers are doing it that way. Let's do it that way ourselves. And that's kind of what it is. But I'm still not a fan of the contract overall. I'm certainly not a fan of Jimmy Butler's contract either. But in the short term, I think it could work. It's got a shot at least. And that gamble completely, hey man, I'd rather take this kind of a gamble than give Johnson and Whiteside and who was the fourth guy that I'm missing? Whoever, all these cats, guaranteed deals for 4 years, a bunch of journeymen. I'd rather give seasoned pros and veterans that have been there and done it. I'd rather give them the deals. Okay? So that's kind of the way I look at it. Big O, I feel for the only Dolphin fans that keep the insanity going when you talk about the other home teams. I mean, what are you going to do? Robert says, thank God the Miami Heat will lessen the pain of the Dolphins and the Panthers. The Miami Heat and the Panthers, my man, are going to lessen our pain this year. Both teams are exceptional. The Panthers, boy, they've got the kind of team that can make a run for several years now. That's the beauty. Now, whether they win one, I don't know, but they're going to be a challenger for a few years to come. Have you commented on Aaron Rodgers lying about the vaccinated? Yeah, I have not commented on it, and I think it was a terrible move on his part. Very, very irresponsible on his part to do that. And the league really should go after him for it. But they probably won't because, 2-game suspension for a guy that beats his wife down in the elevator, knocks her out and spits on her and drags her out like a sack of potatoes. So, we're talking about the NFL. So Aaron is a terrible move on his part, dude. Terrible move. You can be unvaccinated. That's your choice, but you're walking around without a mask. You're doing all these things irresponsibly and basically lying to people. Yeah, that's not a good look on his part. But thanks for the $100 in Bitcoin. I got to say, thank you, Aaron. Now mask up, you idiot. Nobody's talking about Herbert because his ROI last year has established himself in the league, considered elite. Just like Brady will have a couple of bad games. Don't dare mention Herbert and 2 in the same breath. Ha! You know how many guys won Rookie of the League and then did nothing? A great Bum Phillips reference. Good morning. Thank you, James, in the DR. Aaron Rodgers is not your buddy. He's your good buddy. Yeah, he is. He's my good, unvaccinated, anti-vax buddy who gave me $100 of Bitcoin. Let me see in a second. I'm going to find something here just for fun. Let's see here. Where we at? Let's have a little fun on the whole thing. Eddie Lacy won Rookie of the Year. I don't know if you know that. Sam Bradford won Rookie of the Year. Percy Harvin won Rookie of the Year. Vince Young won Rookie of the Year. Cadillac Williams, although Cadillac was injury, so I can't blame. But, he didn't do anything after that. So just because you win Rookie of the Year, yeah, it's great when you're Eddie George and you're Warwick Dunn. And Ndamukong Suh, Von Miller. There's a lot of good ones that ended up being good players. But doesn't mean because you win Rookie of the Year, you're going to end up being a great player. Odell Beckham Jr. also won Rookie of the Year. You can have him. Puts up some stats, but he's also a punk. So that also pays off handsomely. See what I mean? So when you win Rookie of the Year, doesn't necessarily guarantee you that you're going to have a great career, Carl Pickens. You know what I'm saying? Carl Pickens was a sweet one. Jerome Bettis, a sweet one. Curtis Martin, a sweet one. Randy Moss, a sweet one. Edgerrin James, a sweet one. Mike Anderson, you did it for 1 year. You never did it again. Anthony Thomas won Rookie of the Year for the Bears. How'd that work out after that? So that Rookie of the Year comment, it's nice. A.J. Dewey, by the way, won Rookie of the Year. That worked out. Yes, Troy Stratford did win Offensive Rookie of the Year 1 year. Yes, you are right. 85, right? Let me see. Oh, wait a minute. This is Associated Press. That's why. The one you're probably talking about is probably NFL Rookie of the Year. That's probably what it is. That's probably where he won it. Let me check it out for you there. Let me check it out. 87, Troy Stratford. There you go. It's not a guarantee, ladies and gentlemen. It may look like it to you, but it's not really a guarantee. Sometimes you'll turn into a hell of a player, and sometimes that was your moment to shine, and it was over after that. And by the way, for Justin Herbert, I hope that's not the case. I hope he has success. It's just I'm not ready for any rookie to make a declaration on any of these young cats. Daniel Grafton once again chiming in on the Super Chat. He says, U.S. men's national team, World Cup qualifying games this month, Big O, Mexico on the 12th, and Jamaica on the 16th. Need wins. USA, USA, USA. I'm with you there. We'll see if that ends up being a nice win for them. Let's see. Big O, are you surprised the NFL's in charge of scheduling didn't have Tua play against Herbert every year? No, because that has to do with the whole scheduling thing. If it's not their turn to play that division, then they're not going to do that. So no, I'm not surprised at all. It's not a type of PR type thing while you set up those matchups. Let's see, but you're ready to compare Drew Brees to Tua? No, I said I compared the body make of the two guys. The body, the arm, it's all kind of the same. So if you get the right coach, you can have success with him. Yes, that's how the comparison is, sir. I never said that Tua is going to be Drew Brees and have the same career as Drew Brees. I don't know what kind of career he's going to have. He's not going to have much of a career if he stays here. That's for sure. Not with this coaching staff. But if he actually joins a real coaching staff, he will have an opportunity. But Drew Brees has he's the same kind of player that Tua is the same kind of player Drew Brees is. Same kind of build. Just like Bob Greasy. We've talked about this over and over again. Fran Tarkenton, although Frank was one of these master scramblers, but they all had the Joe Montana, same kind of arm, man. None of those guys had any kind of electric arm, but they were very smart and they knew where to go with the ball and they had ball placement and accuracy and all those kind of things. So I think Tua has the same abilities as those guys. But I mean, you can interpret it however you want and make me say whatever you want and then, spin it however you want, my man. It's all good. Tony says, Big O, if Tua balls out for the rest of the season and gets support from the fans, do you still think he has a future with the Dolphins? No, I don't. I think he's done with the Dolphins. They have already proven they don't want him. They don't want Tua, dude. They're done with Tua. Some went on there. They're done with Tua. Poupart looked at Big O like he had three heads when he compared Tua to Brees. Yep, he did. He thought Brees has a much better arm, which I don't agree with, but that's all right. Big O, if Greer fires Flores, who would you want as head coach? Well, when that happens, we'll talk about it. I need you, my son, here this time. I really need my son here, and I want to go together to get my daughter. I think somebody's like texting someone else, but sending us their posting. It sounds like a father talking to a wife, right? I need you, my son, here this time. I really need it, my son here, and I want to go together and get my daughter. I guess. I don't know. I don't know what the hell that is, but it's kind of like an awkward text. It's like, what the hell is that? Ah, Lordy. All right, what do we got going on today? What do we go with today in the NBA slate is the question I have. We got the lines. Clear it up the screen there for me. por favor, Sean, so we can share the line with the folks here. And this is on mybookie dot ng, I think, AG, mybookie.ag. And so right now, tonight, we've got, let's see, the Sixers and the Pistons. And the Sixers are favored by 6 over the Pistons. We've got the Jazz favored by 1.5 over the Hawks. Over and unders 220.5, as you see there. Celtic game in the Heat, it's been fluctuating between 6.5 and 7 points. Right now, my bookie has it at 7, but I believe if you go to the Hard Rock app, yes, I am correct. It is at 6.5. The Hard Rock. I doubt if you can see this because of the stupid glare off the phone or whatever. But and plus I'm on the smaller screen for all of that. But anyway, you get it at 6.5 or 7. You can get it at 6.5 in the app at the moment. What else do we have here? Rockets and Suns. The Suns are favored by 10.5 over the Rockets. Over and unders 217. And the Lakers favored over Oklahoma City Thunder by 14 points. Holy moly. You like any of those there, Sean? Any of these games attract you right now? I'm
the 76ers maybe because Joel Embiid being out, but I don't know how bad the Pistons are. I need to do some homework on that.
No, that's the thing. The Pistons are bad. And you would think that Sadiq Bey and the boys were ready to take the next step. And they just haven't been able to take that next step. In fact, I'll tell you right now what's going on with them overall. Because they have, if you look at that Pistons roster, they've got a couple of young guys that are pretty decent, man. And Detroit right now, where the hell is Detroit? They are 1-6. I knew that they were really bad. 1-6. They've lost 2 in a row. And Philadelphia, obviously, second best team in the league at 6-2. They've won 4 in a row, but no Joel Embiid. And the Pistons are scoring 95 points a game, and they're allowing 108. The point differential is 13.5. For the Sixers, it's positive 8.1. So this is a 21-point swing in point differential. But there is no Joel Embiid tonight. So how much does that set it back? And do you lay 6 points for that game without Joel Embiid? That's really tough, man. It's really tough. And it's a road game, too. That's the other thing that doesn't help. It being a road game, Sixers also now got to travel. Not good. And Sixers, by the way, played last night and beat the Bulls 103-98. I don't believe the Pistons played last night. Let me look. No, I don't think they played last night. They didn't, so the Pistons are fresh. See what I'm saying? There's that's kind of I don't know if I want to touch that game. Don't know. Now, without Embiid there, you wonder, is the 208.5 a number that you want to look at? And do you look at that and say, all right, there'll be less defense out on the court. Will there be a little bit more scoring on both sides? So can we go over 208 now in this game? That might be the thing that I look at in this game. The point spread, because of everything going on, I need my son here. There's somebody that is really like, that I'm about to block this guy, right? Because it's like disturbing that it's you see me, I'm so cute, baby. Okay, this is just stupidity. All right, so let's get rid of idiots, because you know how I am. I don't really tolerate the morons that start coming in and they think they can start dominating the chat board and start posting 800 posts. So it is time for the ghost. It is time for the bat. They are gone. Okay. Plus, there's an age limit here. You know what I mean? We don't want no babies in here. Okay? This is not a place for babies. Sometimes the language isn't really set for kids. You know, that's just poor adults, adulting, or I don't know what the hell you want to call it, but yeah, that's poor moves by the adults there, allowing that child to be a part of this chat board. It's not good. Crypto is less reliable than a Landon Roberts tackling. That's not actually true. Because Bitcoin is at like 60,000. That's pretty reliable. And Ethereum is as reliable as it gets. Big O daycare. Yes, it is. Big O don't love the babies. Nope, not me. I am not into the babies. No babies for me. So they got the bat. They got ghosted. Mamba Forever says, completely agree. I hate to say it on Twitter. He's saying this, but as long as Flores is coaching, I fear we may never see Tua's capabilities. He's a great young QB, but there are certain things in place holding him and others back from showing what they can do. I mean, it's just a terrible team. Unfortunately, it's a terrible team with a terrible coaching staff that doesn't know what the hell they're doing. Remember, you can always reach out on Twitter whenever you're listening to the podcast at Big O Radio Show. Big O, what's the point of watching the rest of the Dolphin season? Wow. Because you love the team, because you're a fan, and you still want to watch them and support them. That's about the only reason. You know, I was thinking about the development of Tua, but he's not developing for us. He's developing for somebody else because they're going to trade him. Eventually, they're going to get rid of him. So, yeah, it's just, Devin, it's just about love right now. That's all it is. It's about that you care for the team and you want to see them, and you love watching Dolphin football no matter how painful it is. I know I'm one of those people. No matter how bad the seasons have been, I've always watched. I always watched the preseason. Hell, I watch, when we used to have a game 4, I used to watch the 4th game of the preseason. So I think it's just a matter, Devin, it's just a matter of loyalty now at this point. Hashtag Finn's loyalty. That's all it is. And I know the next question that somebody may ask is, why are we loyal to this team? And you know what? It's hard to answer that one. It really is. Because they really don't deserve our loyalty. They don't really deserve our incredible fan base. But we're here, man. We're here. And that one I can't answer. At least I can give you, watching the rest of the season, it's about love. Okay? Why you support this team? Well, they don't really repay you ever. The Miami Miracle does not repay you. That's just a garbage season with a nice little moment. That doesn't really mean anything. It's like the Greg Camarillo catch, and you survive and you beat Baltimore and you go 1-15. That's not really a great moment. It's just a little highlight to avoid an embarrassment. So yeah, I that I can't answer. That one I can't answer. But I can only answer that one as in, yeah, it's just about love. Baby trolls, unreal. Yeah, it is. Big O, you're so wrong on Dolphins trading Tua. Well, we'll find out, my man. You'll see. Nathan Schellenhammer says, I get disgusted and say I'm done watching, but that never happens. LOL. I'm always watching, unfortunately. Right. I got fans. I got friends of mine that say, oh, man, Dolphins suck. I'm not going to watch them. And then they're texting me during the game. You know, oh, man, they did this, they did that. Oh, that was great. Oh, this sucked. And it's like, well, didn't you say you weren't going to watch anymore? Yeah, I know I said that, but I got to watch. We all do it. Very few of us really, truly walk away from the television and say, you know what? I'm not watching football. Screw the Dolphins this week. I'm done. It's very few of us. No matter how bad it is, we continue to do it. I sat and watched a 1-15 season every game. It's where my loyalty lies, born and raised in Philly. I've tried liking other teams. LOL, it's impossible. That's it. I'm loyal only because I grew up and live here. That's it. As a fan, it gets frustrating seeing my team lose every week. It does. It's disgusting. It's not just depressing. It's disgusting how bad it is. And Jeff Fernandez says, well, because we are a bunch of masochists, which, could be true. Could be true. Love watching, always excited to see our guys play, and always want to see them pull out a win. Love watching Tua out there. That you are correct. Big O, if I tell you, if these guys trade Tua and whoever comes in better take us and win the effing Super Bowl, I'm willing to wait on Tua development. But boy, anybody other than Tua better be Super Bowl. Dude, we've been waiting for all of that for a long time. We say that about everybody else that takes over. All right, well, we need the guy that really is going to take us there and going to take us there and all that. And it just has not happened yet. I really would love to see these guys go 7-2 or something, and all of a sudden turn this thing around and freak us out. And we're like, holy crap. Okay, so we didn't see the start of the season, and we never expected that they could turn it around and play like that. That would be a lot of fun. But it's just tough to imagine anything going well from this point on for the rest of the season. 90 Miles from Cuba says, I'm watching every week no matter how bad they are. That's the rest of us. There's no doubt that's the rest of us right there. That we are definitely in that position where we watch because, man, we just love our team, and that's what we want to do. All right, let's do this, folks. Let's take a quick break. Give me a couple minutes here. Joe Shad is going to join us on the other side with our Sports Grill. With our American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report. And we will do that with Joe Shad next.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.
It's the Big O Show. Judge, you tuned in to the hottest sports radio.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
Orlando, AK aka the Big O. He covers all the South Florida teams.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Offense to the heat, well, you know what I mean. Monday to Friday, Rally Pablo in the...
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Show O's on the radio, the top's where we gonna go, Miami, that's the way we roll.
Folks, you can support the hardest working sports talk show in South Florida through Cash App or Venmo. Just search Cash Big O Show. Support us through Cash App or Venmo. Cash Big O Show. We thank you for your incredible support.
On the morning show, we go. No one has a similar show. Talk sports, talk plays, talk...
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Live and direct, because nobody do it better than Big O in the set. From sunrise, listen live.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and Dolphins fans, buckle up. It's time for the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins Report with Joe Shad. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. Call them at 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Here's Joe Shad with today's edition of the American Dream Lending Report.
The man, the myth, the legend, that is Joe Shad. How you doing, Shadster? You doing good?
What's up, Big O? How are you today?
I am loving life, baby. What do you got, a camera back? What are you in the press room right now? Is that where you're at right now?
Yeah, I'm in the Dolphins press room. We'll have players coming up around 1 o'clock.
Okay.
We'll see. Maybe Xavier Howard, maybe Emmanuel Ogbo. We'll see. Xavier has not had a great season. He's allowed 6 touchdown passes. That's a little disappointing.
Yeah, well, I mean, he wanted all that money, Joe. He really wanted all that money. He's really giving you his money's worth. I was actually shocked they didn't try to deal him yesterday, because that's one guy. Because now, Joe, now that where you're at right now, like you thought from 10-6, you thought, okay, you have another good season. You're building to become a consistent, maybe playoff team, those kind of things. Now that you've taken probably a couple steps back, you probably should have tried to deal both of your corners yesterday, because by the time you're really good, those guys aren't the guys that are really going to be contributing on your team anyway. So,
well, the problem is the contracts. Obviously, they're
right.
Two of the highest paid cornerbacks in the NFL. And, you can only take back big chunks of salary so many times. in order to get draft picks, and the draft picks obviously haven't been working out. And the other element is, what if Noah Igbenogany was killing it on the practice field and in preseason games? Then, that makes sense, right? Because then you can slide Igbenogany in, but he has not proven to be ready.
No, you are 1,000% right on that. All right, so let me ask you, because I've been saying this for a couple of weeks now, after everything that's gone on now, is Tua done? Like, he's just playing out the string here. At the end of the year, you expect this team to move on to whether it's Watson or someone else, but it seems to me like Tua is done as a Miami Dolphin starting in the offseason. Do you think that he is still here when it's all said and done? What's your gut say?
Well, the Dolphins showed their cards relative to their confidence level in Tua Tagovailoa. Now, things can change. If he plays far better than expected in the last 9 games, now you can change your course of action. Maybe you don't necessarily have to go after Deshaun Watson again, or Aaron Rodgers, or Russell Wilson. That is unlikely, though, in my opinion. That said, Stephen Ross once showed his cards by interviewing Jim Harbaugh when he already had a coach, and they ended up kissing and making up, at least for one more year, right? I wasn't covering the team then.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
So there's, every chance that Tua could still be the quarterback through next season. And, I am disappointed by what Tua has shown and not shown in his first 14 starts. But I do think, and I'm not an excuse maker, but I do think that whether it's Zach Wilson with the Jets or Tua Tagovailoa with the Dolphins, we are a little unfair in the rush to judgment, in large part because of the exceptions. And the exceptions include Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert. That is not the norm. They are the exceptions.
Yeah, no, I know, but how come nobody's bragging about Justin Herbert the last 2 weeks?
Yeah, I don't have him
on
a fantasy football team, but I understand the struggle.
Yeah, what happened to that Justin Herbert crowd that was just so bragging about?
Well, listen, we're not going to sit here and suggest that because of 2 bad games, Justin Herbert isn't it.
I know, but I hear it every week that he plays well, right? And then when he doesn't play well because he faced 2 good defenses, all of a sudden, it's crickets. I just find it hilarious that every week people bring it up, and the last 2 weeks nobody brings it up anymore because he hasn't played well.
Well, it was brought up with Chris Greer yesterday.
Being a young quarterback, you know what I mean?
It was brought up with Chris Greer yesterday in this very press room, about 20 yards from me, when he was asked, Chris Greer was, did you make a mistake? Now, what do you expect the guy to say, right? I mean, you can't sit there and say, yeah, obviously, if we could go back, we would take Herbert. I mean, he can't say that.
Right.
The one interesting thing he did say is he denied a CBS report that Flores wanted Herbert, and he overruled Flores. So, but of course, the whole collaboration thing. I mean, it's like, oh yeah, Hal Habib and I collaborate on every story idea before we write it. Sure. Well, who has final say on my stories? Me, baby.
Yeah. What if those guys didn't make the choice on Tua? And what if it was somebody above? And they tell us, they keep telling us that he doesn't get involved, but then we see him get involved, right? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Of course he did. We knew that was.
So, because somebody told me a crazy thing. Somebody told me that it was Ross that wanted Tua, not these guys.
Well, I think Ross definitely wanted Tua, but remember, Ross wanted Lamar Jackson and was overruled.
Yes.
Ross suggested trading down and not taking Minkah Fitzpatrick and was overruled. On the first one, Ross would have been right, it looks like. On the second one.
No, they would have failed also because they would not have made the commitment that Baltimore did to run the offense you need in order for him to succeed. You must be completely committed to that run. If not, the Dolphins, you know what they would have done with Lamar Jackson? They would have tried to make him a pocket passer. That's what would have happened, Joe.
I asked co-offensive coordinator former quarterbacks coach, former tight ends coach, current primary play caller, George Godsey, who I actually like. He's a great guy. I asked him, hey, correct me if I'm wrong here. Last year, Tua was constantly on the move, rolling out. So why go with the pocket passing emphasis this year? And the thing I asked him was, do you think a quarterback is more susceptible to injury when staying in the pocket or rolling out? And there's some debate about this. He suggested that the quarterback on the move is more susceptible to hits and injury. He said,
wait a minute.
He said, let me tell you the last part. He said that the quarterback becomes a runner. He's basically a vulnerable target. Yes. So you agree with that? And you don't think that we can actually protect Tua a little bit by having some more design rollouts?
That's why I was trying to interrupt you there, because I knew where it was going and it made no sense. First of all, you don't make him a running quarterback and you don't make him a pocket passer. What you do is you make it a variety so you can keep them off balance. So, yes, he's in the pocket for a couple of downs, and then all of a sudden there's a boot. Back in the pocket for another down or two, then and there's a waggle. Yes, of course, you should be able to change the launch point, because if you tell – where I would disagree with Godsey is if you're going to put the guy in the same spot with a terrible offensive line, then you're going to get him killed every single time. But if you got a terrible offensive line, then do things to keep the defense off balance so they don't know where Tua is going to be all the time. So move them around a little bit. Do you need to make him Lamar Jackson? No, because then you'll break him in half.
He's not slow. This guy's not slow. He's not immobile.
I know, but nobody runs like Lamar Jackson.
No. But what I'm saying is
get away with what he gets
the
away
idea
with.
that Tua can't throw effectively and accurately on the move or even scramble. He can. He is not an old, slow guy.
But the Gesicki touchdown was a scramble out of the pocket.
I am worried about the arm strength. Credit to Brian Flores. He's been a little more open, a little more transparent, sharing a little more. I think because they're losing, for example, on Monday, he told us, look, guys, you're not going to see Michael Dieter and Will Fuller this week. And yesterday he said, yes, absolutely. Deep ball throwing is something that Tua has to improve on. That just the fact that he said that, I so appreciate. Let's keep it real a little bit here. All right. And he also went out of his way to let us know that he thinks left guard is Austin Jackson's best position. Now, Austin Jackson, it's a failure because he was supposed to be the Laramie Tunsil replacement in a pick used in the Minkah Fitzpatrick trade. But I will say that Jackson has looked a little better at guard. So it's an unfortunate thing that it doesn't look like it's going to work out at tackle. But at least if he can be a good guard, you could salvage that pick a little bit.
To me, I don't give a rat's ass. If Eichenberg ends up as a left tackle and Jackson ends up as a left guard, it's a success.
But they both have to be above average. They can't be
right,
average.
Exactly. If they end up being good players on the left side, at 18 you can get plenty of guards.
And they can sign a veteran right tackle.
Right. It's not the worst thing. It's not the worst thing in the world to end up at guard. And if you took him at 18, it doesn't end up being a terrible pick. Now, if he was number 5 overall or number 7, unless he's the guy with the Colts, the Notre Dame kid, then obviously you take a guard like that that early. But if Jackson somehow or another finds a home at guard, it becomes a perfect pick. It's fine.
But it is disappointing. Just to be honest, on the flip side, it's disappointing that neither Jackson nor Rob Hunt appears to have a long-term NFL future at tackle. You would have thought that at least one of those two guys, whether it was on the left side or the right side.
But as long as if Eichenberg makes up for it, then you've solved 3 positions. Now, Hunt has been struggling lately at guard, so he's got to kind of pick it up a little bit there too at the same time. What's the film tell you of all the guys so far?
On the offensive line, Eichenberg has been disappointing at left tackle. He needs more time to settle back into the comfort level he had playing that position at Notre Dame. He's technically sound, Eichenberg, but he's not a tremendous athlete. Austin Jackson is the other way around. He's a great athlete, but not technically sound. You wish that you could morph those guys into one player. They both have to sort of lean on their strengths, and maybe it'll take a new offensive line coach next year to get the most out of those guys. Rob Hunt is the guy that I think actually has the highest ceiling. I think that he's a mauler. He's aggressive. I don't care what level of competition he played at in college. I don't care if it's guard or tackle. I want that guy on my line. That's the one guy where I'm like, you know what? I want that guy on my line. And I'm hoping the other guys improve. Listen, Eichenberg and Jackson want to do well. It's not like they don't try hard. It's not like they don't study. It's not like they're not listening to their coaches. So, I think they can both improve, but it might take some different coaching.
To me, that's what's failing all of these guys. And that's why I don't want to pass judgment on all these guys, even though Jackson has been pretty bad. But, he hasn't been as bad at guard. But that, to me, is the key. If they can get themselves a really good offensive line coach, then I can actually get a feel for what the hell you really have up front, because I think a real offensive line coach would change everything. And in the end, Joe, I mean, I don't know if Flo survives this or not. He probably will. But if he survives, he has to make massive changes and find a way to beg some veteran coaches to join him, guys that have been there and done it at different positions, correct?
In college football, they would put out a press release that the head coach has been given a 2-year extension or a 3-year extension. And the reason they would do that is for recruiting purposes. It might not be a bad idea if the Dolphins decide to keep Brian Flores to announce a contract extension so that some of those coaches know, hey, this guy is actually on solid footing. I'm not joining a staff where this guy is more susceptible to getting fired. And any assistant coach coming in can get a 2-year contract. So even if Flo was fired after next year, they would still have 2 years of salary. But I agree with you. He needs to, and I'm seeing Tyrod Taylor starting versus the Dolphins, according to Adam Schefter. That'll be interesting. Taylor has killed the Dolphins.
Yeah.
And the Dolphins were interested in him at one point as a backup. They ended up with Jacoby Brissett. I do think the Dolphins are going to win on. I mean, I thought they were going to beat the Jaguars, the Falcons. There's no way they lose to the Texans. I mean, that would be rock bottom. That would be rock bottom.
Dude, they lose this game, they won't win another one the rest of the season.
So, I mean, there would be firings if they lost to the Texans.
Yeah.
Somebody would have to get fired.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know who, but probably more than one person.
Yeah. I don't know how you lose. You cannot lose this game.
Of course, you got a game on Thursday, a quick turnaround, which no one cares about. No one's talking about. They got 2 games in how many days? And it's the Ravens who kill them on Thursday night on national TV. The Ravens are going to kill. And Harbaugh is going to have no sympathy. Remember he ran the 2-pointer or the fake field goal up 52-17. These two must hate each other, Flores and Harbaugh.
I got to tell you something. I don't have any sympathy for that in the pros. High school or college, I kind of get it, to ease up and all. In the pros, I don't care if they run up the score on you or if you run it up on them. That's your problem.
No, but last week was fine. Last week was fine. The Bills wanted to cover. I can't believe that was an issue was even made that. The Bills wanted to cover. They ran their offense, whatever. But whatever it was that Harbaugh did, he went for 2 or it was a fake field goal or a fake punt. It was some bull crap, to be honest. I mean.
But he does it against everybody. He does it against everybody. He tries to score all the way to the end. He did it a couple of weeks ago where he kept scoring. He didn't have to score.
Those Harbaughs are crazy. They're crazy people.
Yeah.
I like John more than Jim, but who knows? Jim might end up here.
I don't like Jim at all.
I know. He might end up here, right?
I think Jim's an absolute and total goofball, to be honest with you. And
he probably win.
Huh?
They'd probably win like 12 games in his first year, and then it would start to go down.
Oh, God. Oh, God, the khakis on the sidelines. That just would not be a good thing. I definitely would not like that. All right, Joe, before I let you go, what's your gut tell you right now? Does everybody survive? Does Greer and Flores survive at the end of the year right now with 9 games left?
Chris Greer's survived a lot. So I'm not going to dismiss the possibility that he could, especially if it's not, 2-15, 3-14. What if it's 6-11? What is it? 6-17 games? Yeah, 6. What if it's 6-11, right? And Tua looks a little better, and Austin Jackson looks a little better, and And Javon Holland looks really good. I mean, you could maybe sell it, but right now I would say my opinion is that it's more likely than not that Chris won't be here next year.
Okay, now let me run a crazy ass Oliver Stone theory by you. If Flo and Greer survive in a season where you only win a couple of games,
in a season
where you only win a couple of games, maybe 3 or 4 games they end up with at the end of the year, things look the way they've looked all year. You're discombobulated, you're not prepared, all of that stuff. Yet both guys survive. And normally when things like this go that awry, somebody falls on the sword. Okay? But if nobody falls on the sword, is there any part of you that says, these guys didn't pick Tua? The owner wanted Tua, and then he realized that he screwed up, and now he wanted the Watson deal, and these guys are just puppets following. They might have done all the other picks except for this one. Is there any shot that goes through your mind that if everybody survives in a season that is that catastrophic, that maybe it was that Ross was the guy that picked Tua?
Not really. I mean, look, I believe that Greer has final say. I believe that if Greer and Flores were banging the table and jumping up and down on the table and saying, Mr. Ross, you can fire us. Herbert is our guy. Herbert would be in aqua and orange.
Okay. All right. That's it. That's all I need to know. All right. What are you getting? What are you doing at the Palm Beach Post so folks can check you out, my brother?
One of the things I'm going to write about today that I'll probably post later or tomorrow is the Laramie Tunsil trade. That was supposed to be the key, the biggest part of the rebuild. And Chris Greer was celebrated for getting 2 1s and a 2.
Yeah.
But as Jimmy Johnson told me when I wrote a story about this, it's one thing to have all the picks. What do you do with them? Do you get them right?
Right.
And I'm writing about how in an alternate universe, this could have been 2 7-1 teams. Laramie Tunsil returning to face his former team with Deshaun Watson on the field, taking on a rising star Tua and a completely rebuilt juggernaut Dolphins team. And instead, it's opposite day. It's the total opposite. And the biggest reason is that the Dolphins have not capitalized on those draft picks. So that's what I'm writing about.
And that's the main storyline of this team. That's for damn sure. Follow him on Twitter at Shad Joe. And, of course, more importantly, folks, check him out there at the Palm Beach Post. Subscribe and support, like I say, all of our local journalists who do excellent work covering our local teams. Joe, thank you, my brother. Appreciate you big time.
See you, Big O.
You got it. Let's take a quick break. That's Joe Shad and the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report.
When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
All right, we go from Joe Shad to the man, Yves Sham, baby. Yes, sir. The president, the owner of American Dream Lending. adreamlending.com is the website. How you doing, my brother? You doing all right?
I'm doing good, Big O. How about yourself?
Good. We just, as you saw, we just finished up with Joe, talking a little Dolphins and talking about why the hell we're in this position, my brother. It's kind of like that person that comes to you and says, Yves, man, I'm upside down right now. I own all these credit cards, but what do I do? How can I get out of it? But see, you're a better head coach than our head coach. So you find out, hey, they've got equity. You figure it out. You help them get out of that mess. And all of a sudden they're on the right track. Somehow or another, we can't get on the right track right now, my brother.
I feel like at this point, I mean, the Dolphins couldn't win a game to save their lives. I mean, anything that could potentially go wrong in a game is going wrong at the worst possible time.
Yeah.
It's like opportunities are there. We're not capitalizing. Obviously we know Deshaun Watson is not coming because the trade deadline has passed. So that story is come and gone.
For now.
For now, yeah. Tua is the guy, but it's not all on Tua. It's definitely not all on Tua, Big O. What we're seeing now within the organization is, is this the worst start we've ever had of a season at the Miami Dolphins? I can't remember in my recent memory having a start to a season like this.
Well, the Cam Cameron year that we went 1-15, it's the same kind of, because they won late, and the Baltimore game, what was it, like a week 11 or 13 or something? I forgot what it was, but they won late. They were 0-for until that point. So that's the only other season that was just as bad as what we're watching right now. And there's still 9 games left. So we'll see what happens. Because, hell, Eves, they got to win this week. Houston that's the worst team pretty much in the league right now, even though I know they've got to win and Detroit doesn't. But Detroit plays pretty damn hard every week. If you watch them, they just come up short. But, man, they're better than Houston. The question is, can their coaching staff get them over the top? Because that's why you guys succeed, because they got your leadership and your people there, that you got great people there, and that's why everybody has success. With the Dolphins, I don't know if that coaching staff is the difference maker, man. That's my problem with it.
Yeah, they're just not making the right decisions, And at this point, this deep into the season, we should start seeing some personnel changes. Because, we start bringing up second, third string guys. Heck, even going to the practice squad, these guys are hungry for a contract. So I think their determination to try to get that contract with a good group of them on the field will give us a better chance of win than what we've been doing thus far. Right. Because obviously, the team is showing up to the stadium over in Miami Gardens on Sunday, but it seems like a lot of our players' heads are stuck in South Beach from Saturday night.
Yeah, look, a guy yesterday I was talking was Matt Collins, and I love that guy, and I don't know how he doesn't play more. He's a tough guy. He comes through. That's a guy that would that definitely needs to that I would definitely use a lot more, like what you're talking about. Find some other pieces and have them help you out. Now, the good thing is we got the Panthers and we got the Heat tonight, so things get better now with the Heat and the Panthers.
It's lightened up. It's lightened up a little bit, being that we have some positivity to look forward to. That definitely has happened. But
two teams combined 14-2. So yeah, dude, we're all right. I love it right now. So the Heat, thank God, we can always count on the Heat, man. We can always count on them to be good. And now the Panthers have turned the corner and they've figured it out. That's going to be good, man. All right, so Eves, if people are trying to figure out right now, what are they? In fact, let me ask you, what are they trying to figure out most right now when it comes to mortgages, when it comes to either buying a home or when it comes to refinancing? Talk to us a little bit about the hurdles that people need to overcome right now.
Right now, there's talk in the air, obviously, of interest rates going up. They've gone up a little bit since the beginning of the year, but we're still at record low interest rates if you look back historically. We still have excellent rates. The purchase market in some price sectors, I don't want to say has become that much better where it was prior to COVID, but once you get over $500,000-$600,000 in a lot of areas, the competition has softened up a little bit. We're seeing shoppers out there being able to get homes under contract a little bit faster than we did over the summer and the spring of this year. But there's been a lot of people that have just pretty much dropped out of the hunt. They gave up on looking for a house. They're looking for places to rent. And it may be for a number of reasons. What they're looking for is outside of their budget, or maybe just the team that they're working with is not making things happen. Right. I had a realtor the other day He called me. He's working with a pre-approved buyer of ours, and he's telling me every time he goes to make an offer on a property, there's already 20 to 30 offers. And I told him, there's 20 to 30 offers because you're not getting to that property till 2, 3, 4 days after it's listed on the MLS. If you're out there looking for a home right now and your realtor is not sending you properties at 10 o'clock at night or 5 o'clock in the morning, they're not searching the MLS efficiently trying to find you that home, because you need to be putting in that offer and you need to be down at that home within hours of that listing going public in order to have any chance of your offer being considered at that point. And, if you've been working with a team that's not been able to make that happen, at the end of the day, we have the pieces of the puzzle in place to get your offer accepted. So don't give up. Give us a call. We'll be glad to put you on a path to home ownership and make it happen. We're still cranking out contracts here on a daily basis. So if you're watching the news or your realtor's telling you that the market is just that tough to get your offer accepted, maybe they're not just working hard enough for you. And you need a team working harder for you to put you and your family in that home before the holidays. You still have time to do it. We can still get you in that home before Christmas, but you have to act now and you got to move quick. And you need to have the right team behind you to make sure that it happens. And that's really been the subject over the past couple of weeks,
Sure.
And we've gotten some of these individuals and we put them in a place where we got their offer accepted. Sometimes we have to go above and beyond. Sometimes I may need to reach out to the listing agent's broker and someone in their office that we've worked with before, or through a friend of theirs on Facebook that, they trust their judgment in order to vouch for our professionalism to get our offer accepted. Whatever it takes, we're willing to do it to make it happen, Big O. And we just want to let those folks know, do not give up. Do not give up, and put a new team on your side.
That's right. Hey, man, don't give up the American dream.
No.
That's what it's all about. That's why you want to call American Dream Lending and call Eves. And by the way, his cell number, 305-992-5218. Yes, I said that. His cell number, not the office number, cell number. You can call him anytime, 305-992-5218. And let me bring up a scenario to you, because I think people may not be looking at this the right way, and I may be a little ahead of myself, and I tend to do that sometimes, so I apologize if anything. But you talked about a couple things. One thing that you talked about and something else we need to look at. One, you talked about rates are slightly going up now. All right, so if you're thinking about refinancing and lowering that rate right now and taking advantage of some of that equity, now's the time. If you're looking to buy, now's the time, because again, the rates will go up, and then all of a sudden it'll be that much more difficult for you to be able to handle a new home. Now, here's the other thing. If you do have equity in your home and you have an opportunity to eliminate bills, this might be the opportunity, because Eves, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. We have printed more money than Monopoly in the last 3 years, from the last president to this president. And I'm afraid that we are going to have some kind of an inflation starting at some point, I think in the latter part of 2022. It could be in the third or fourth quarters of 2022 where I think we could start seeing some inflation. I think this is a great time to kind of take advantage of all these kind of situations that are available to you right now. So maybe you can avoid bigger issues down the line when things might get a little uglier. Do you agree or disagree with me on that one?
I agree. Get your financial house in order as soon as you possibly can. You're going to want to have as much positive cash flow coming into the household as possible. And if you're paying 19, 20, 29, 30% on credit card debt over $10,000, and you're not receiving, large chunks of money, you don't have a commission structure in your place of employment, you're not receiving any large bonuses, well, it's kind of hard to take chunks out of that debt when your pay is the same. Restructuring that debt that you're paying 29% down to 3% is going to save you a lot of money, free up a lot of money in the household. And most importantly, if you do something like that and consolidate your debts against your mortgage, you're going to have to make a huge effort to not end up in the same place where you started.
Right.
I mean, putting those cards away, buying what you can afford, and just being financially responsible is going to put you ahead of the game when these inflationary issues do come to light. Yep. Thank God for one thing, the worker shortage, which is causing increased wages in a number of different employment sectors, is kind of going to stave off the inflationary pressure on the economy because people are making more money. We've seen the minimum wages go up, federally and across the country in different states. So that's been staving off the inflationary pressure, but the supply chain needs to get back intact in order for more workers to go back to work so we can stave off inflation.
Yeah.
But rates are good.
Just in case it does happen, be prepared, folks. Call Eves.
Be prepared. Even if it does. If it does or it doesn't, get your
way, you're better off. Yeah. If it doesn't, then you can take advantage down the line even better. That's what it is. But if it does happen, then it's not going to take advantage of you.
Of course.
That's the key.
And you may not know what your current economic situation is and how good or how bad it is, but give us a call. We'll be the first to tell you, hey, you're in a great position. You don't need to do anything. You're doing everything right that you need to do, and you're in a perfect position. Continue doing what you're doing, and you don't need to do anything at all. People will tell us, clients will tell us, well, don't you want to sell me a loan? I was like, well, we would love to fund a loan for you, but if it's not going to make financial sense, I'd rather send you along your way and tell you that you're in the best place possible. And that's what we're about, putting people in the best possible economic situation.
There you go, Eves. Call them at 305-992-5218. That's 305-992-5218. Go to the website. You can find out more, adreamlending.com, American Dream Lending. They will definitely take care of you and help make your dreams come true. Eves, as always, you're a stud, my brother. I wish the Dolphins were as good as you were, my man. That we'd be undefeated at this point, man. Thank you, man. I appreciate you.
Thanks, Big O. You have a good one. All the listeners and followers out there, you guys have an excellent day. Fins up. Let's get this win over Houston, and let's turn this season around.
Would be nice.
It would
be nice.
It definitely
Thank
would.
you, my brother. You
All
got
right,
it.
Big O. Have a good one.
Thank you. There you go. The great Eve Sham, baby, from American Dream Lending. Good people. Good people. That's the part that you're going to love, is that when you sit down with them, you're going to, okay, I'm in good hands. These are great people. They're in for and listen, I don't associate myself with sponsors that don't know how to get it done. The sponsors we have are all exceptional sponsors because I want you to be able to feel good about them, whether it's Sports Grill or Craig Zinn's Acura, or you're going to call EJD Construction, or you're going to call American Dream Lending. It doesn't matter. I want you to always feel good about our sponsors and the people that are tied to our family. And American Dream Lending, they are just absolutely exceptional and the people that you can trust. So call them, 305-992-5218. All right. Gas prices at $3 a gallon can't get more uglier than that. Oh, it can get uglier. Now, remember, there's also kind of this green twist that comes with that. The idea is to start to encourage the world to go electric, and that gas becomes something of a rarity. You know what I mean? That's going to take a while, obviously, to turn that over, but that's kind of the direction that we're headed in. They don't want gas to be, the main source. You know what I'm saying? Eventually, we want to be all green and be electric. I know that the last car I bought, the Camry, I wanted to go electric. The only reason I did not go electric, it's because we're not there yet as a community where we have the electrical pumps all over the place to be able to recharge and things like that. So that's why I wasn't ready to do it, because I know it'll become more common down the. And listen, in the end, I want to get a car that has 400 miles of battery memory where so eventually I'll get. Hey, who knows, man? If SHIB hits big, okay, and I'm making, I got a lot of money available in SHIB. I don't know if you guys know this, but Tesla, it's already in place. They haven't announced it yet or anything like that, but apparently they're going to be accepting SHIB as payment. So if I end up rich with SHIB, then I'm going to go walk right into a Tesla dealership and go buy a Tesla with some SHIB. There you go. That would be awesome. If I could do that, that would be fantastic. But I promise you this, my next car is definitely electric. There's no doubt in my mind. Hallie says you'll love California gas prices. I know they're bad. Listen, I worked in San Francisco back in 1987. Okay? No, I'm sorry, 97. All right, yes, I'm old. 1997, I was in San Francisco working, living in Tiburon. Follow me now. All right? And we were paying, I think it was like $1. Back then, that was like a lot of money. It was like $1.60 a gallon in those days. And it was a lot of money. So I know that California, and I've been to California several times. So California gas prices were always more expensive than everywhere else. So I can imagine what we're doing now compared to what you guys have over there. It's got to be, whatever. I'm not a big fan of the governor that's there anyways for that state. I think he's kind of a disaster. Chef Sparky Vasquez says, EJD, we're very professional and timely. Oh, man, Eric is great people. That's why I tell you with Eves, the same thing, man. If you're looking for a mortgage, you want to refinance, these are people that you can trust. Eves is great people, family-oriented. He and his wife run the whole place. They've got offices right next to each other. They do a fantastic job. So it's the same thing. You call Eric at EJD, they're going to treat you. You go with Brett at Canesware. You go talk to Larry Schlossberg at Acura. Go talk a little rock and roll, by the way. If you ever go buy or lease an Acura over at Acura Pembroke Pines, Larry's got his guitar and amp there. Make sure you tell Larry, hey, Larry, I hear you can jam. Jam me a little AC/DC or something. Jam me a little Van Halen, and he'll wail, man. It's a beautiful thing. All right, folks, we are out of here. We will see you tomorrow. We thank Sean Stanley, as always. Excellent work by him. Joe Shad. Of course, everyone that tuned in, thank you. Remember, you can reach out to us on the text line 855-912-1056. We will catch you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a good one.
This is the Big O Show.
Sports fans love a place with great food, cold drinks, and TVs everywhere. That's why sports fans love Sports Grill and their 7 amazing locations. Check out the Bird Road location at 11481 Southwest 40th Street in the back corner of the West Bird Shopping Center. Sports Grill is also now offering some great employment opportunities. All kinds of positions are now available, from kitchen to hosting. Call for more information at 305-485-8845. From wraps to salads to amazingly delicious specialty dishes, Sports Grill is the home to the legendary special grilled wings. Since 1987, Sports Grill, good food, good drink, and good friends.